5k damage in Apex. I've been playing this game for like, I don't know, 3 years now. So that's pretty cool.
That I'd have to take your word on it, bro.
You don't play that game, I know.
No, I play a little bit of Fortnite now and then.
I used to be decent at Fortnite. I haven't played in a while.
Honestly, the only problem is that I only play when the battle pass has a few skins I like. But then if I do that, I have to complete the battle pass. Otherwise I've
You
wasted
feel
my
like you're
money.
wasting it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
And it's not like you're ever gonna use a different skin. You're on fucking Solid Snake for the rest of your life, aren't you?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there are a couple that I kind of go between. I have Boba Fett. I have Ripley from Alien.
I got her.
Cycle between those.
I got the Alien one as well.
Yeah.
There was some cool characters from a new anime that came out on Fortnite, and I was thinking about re-downloading it just to get that fucking skin, but
yeah, the only thing that ever got me to almost go back to Fortnite was fucking Vegeta and Goku.
Oh, yeah, you can buy those every other week now, though.
They're so good. But yeah, they do cycle them a lot now.
Yeah.
I play as Beerus a lot.
Oh, that was for a gift. I give my son some V-Bucks, and that was the one person he wanted was Beerus. And I'm like, really?
Okay. Beerus is awesome.
It's a good-looking skin, but yeah, I think the Peter Griffin one is garbage.
I agree.
But the Peter Copter glider is just great. I love using that one.
I like the one where it looks like you're walking downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's kind of cool. Alright. Why is this?
You know why.
That's exactly why. Anyone heard from Ian today?
I can't say that I have, but we're not on a, day-to-day talking basis usually. I saw him last Monday.
Oh, yes. How'd that campaign going?
Well, let's see. They're going into the lair of a blue dragon.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Yeah.
Willingly? Knowingly?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay.
I think they're 3rd or 4th level. I'm not sure.
I got a question for you, Mr. DM.
Go on.
Are you going to give us a bag of holding this campaign, or am I just making one?
I'm going to give you a bag of dicks, motherfucker.
Well, I only have so much fun,
So the thing is with your...
please take the goddamn... I'll do it in character.
Right now... Go on, you're fine.
Oh, but right now, aren't like me and somebody else just glowing because of your fucking...
Sure are. Yep.
Sure are. Yep. And I'll remedy that in character.
It's such a waste, man.
Such a waste.
I know, but there's nothing else I can do with it right now,
So I mean, like, you can change your infusions.
I don't get infusions until next level. This is magical tinkering, not infusions.
Oh, I see. But the infusions are how your infusions are how you get the ability to make the bag of holding, right?
Yeah, I get those at level 2.
So I mean, if you make a bag of holding and you get one later, you can obviously just dump out your bag of holding and then, change your infusion.
I was reading about something that you might not enjoy, but apparently if you stick a bag of holding inside a bag of holding...
We are not doing this.
Yes.
It makes a giant bomb that rips open a gate to the astral realm.
It's not giant. I'll tell you that. It's not giant, but it will...
I think the last time I read that, it's random where it opens the portal to.
Oh, the one I was reading just said it straight up opened it to the astral realm.
It could be. I mean,
No, it is the astral realm. You just go into the astral sea, basically. You might get lucky and end up on a world.
I hope you guys are ready.
But
I didn't say
yeah,
I was gonna put the bag inside the bag.
I don't know about you guys, but
I'll be
I've never
familiar
been to
to
the
it.
astral plane. Kind of want to check it out.
well,
look,
if
I'm
you
gonna, I'm gonna
I've done
I'm
DMT
gonna-
before.
I'll tell you what. You get to go there and travel on astral pirate ships in Neverwinter. Look, unless you can breathe in space, I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm sure.
Would
I
not
could-
recommend.
I could
My
pick something up for us.
my character Jacques could survive there.
Yeah, Jacques could survive there. Actually,
Jacques doesn't
yes.
have to breathe.
All right, let's all make a bunch of Warforged, and we'll just head to the astral realm, and we'll cause some fucking
No,
havoc.
No, you
No,
just have to be
no.
zombies.
Yeah, you can come meet Zolotov, and he'll make you into a zombie, and then you can come to the astral plane with me.
No.
Zolotov is
we'll make
currently
you
wearing-
into a reborn, which is just like a better zombie.
That is
It's
true.
like an
Broggy can
undead
survive that.
humanoid.
Broggy's
That's right. Froggy is a reborn.
Oh,
Broggy's a reborn?
Yep.
That motherfucker.
That
I thought I was
fucking-
the only reborn in
the
this
demon,
universe.
Wait,
demon
did-
dude crushed me down and then brought me back and made me a warlock, so I'm a bard lock. And
So that's how you got your warlock powers? Is he made you a reborn?
yep.
That's kind of
Okay,
cool.
that's really cool. Because I never got to ask.
Ah,
About
damn,
those
why you gotta be so
questions?
cool, bro?
He made
Look,
all the
look,
dumbest decisions in
He
the
made
campaign.
all the dumb. He
Oh,
took
look,
their
Lord,
horse.
let's go.
He took their horse in the middle
Proud
of the
of
night
you.
to go ride off into the night fucking sky to
Alone.
go fight alone to go track down this demon to make this pact. Like, when Corey, so I was following along while that campaign was unfolding, and Corey would tell me, the escapades of Broggy over us cooking at Lucky's. Oh my god, dude! How did Broggy make it out of that realm?
I don't know, but he did. And not only did he do it, but he did it with style and class and
Oh,
fucking
yes.
gear.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I substituted and played as Broggy. Did I not once or twice?
I think he did, yeah.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah, that's before I knew who you were. I had.
Style and class, you may want to go look those words up.
I didn't say what style or what class.
All right, well,
Poor style and low class.
Mm.
all right. I'm going to give Courtney 5 more minutes, and then we're just going to start a hard start here.
If I remember, pretty. I was pretty good at the vicious mockery there. I came up with some zingers for that session.
I think I might have been subbing that night as well. 'Cause
I think
do
you were.
I do remember you throwing out zingers as a bard.
It's the only time I've ever been a bard.
I'd never been a bard before, and I think Broggy might be my favorite character that I've ever made.
Bards have a lot of versatility.
Well, he developed so well. He started like the first session I fucking made you RP me making out with an old toothless lady in a bar. And by the end of that
Nice.
campaign,
That's
I
true,
was
yeah.
like I was like a fucking in Broggy's own mind, he's becoming a fucking demigod. So he's like power tripping. I just like the way that character like turned out. He got a mind of his own, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was that dagger that really done him in.
Yep.
Oh, did you got a cursed dagger?
Nope. I got an awesome dagger.
I
I got a
didn't get
dagger.
nothing cursed. This thing's awesome.
Let me get you a dictionary for Christmas.
Dude, that dagger's dope. I hurt myself a little bit, and I get to fuck people up.
So
That's true. It did have some cool abilities, yeah.
Yeah.
I also have come across a cursed dagger. Thankfully, that character died before the fruition
not
of that
thankfully.
cursed dagger.
Tamora should have never died, you idiot.
Hey, look. If Tamora, I've come to terms that if Tamora wouldn't have died in a very ironic way, like I shout to help my friend, and I don't understand how much, like, exponentially my voice is calculated, so then I cause an avalanche and crush myself with it.
You shouted an avalanche and killed yourself?
Yes.
Yes.
He was searching for me because I fell. And it was in icy conditions in the bottom of a ravine. And he was just calling out my name. It triggered an avalanche, and he died. He died
And
in the
I
avalanche
died.
because we couldn't find him, and he was buried alive. Like
I was
it literally,
buried
it killed his.
alive.
It killed his character. We never found his body.
And where did that happen?
It was here in Icewind Dale.
right here in
That's
Icewind
right.
Dale.
Oh, let's find his body.
Um.
We can dig it up.
Well,
Oh my god!
Ian, did that just ring in your head? Look, there are so
Yeah, a
many
little bit.
things that
A
I
little bit.
am keeping my mouth shut on because
I keep
I am
forgetting
hoping
that this world is connected to the other campaign that we played. I can't wait
I look
to see
forward to it.
some things.
Yeah, I'm looking so forward to
I will
to
also
how-
keep
how
my
it's
mouth shut to the best of my
done.
abilities.
What I'm hearing is that there's an awesome magical dagger somewhere in a pile of snow. And
Oh, son of a bitch!
Oh shit!
I didn't say nothing.
Wow, that's where your mind went.
Yeah, that's
You
what I heard.
min-maxing motherfucker. But
Somewhere
yes,
in the thousands of miles of mountains.
right.
There's
There
one
is a
small
dagger
dagger
somewhere.
buried in an undisclosed amount of snow.
I'm just from what I remember, there's a lot of things that we could find. Just saying.
Oh,
Potentially.
So,
yeah.
I need to rig up the
I ain't telling you
artificer
what.
version of a metal detector then.
Look. All I know is if someone were to happen to find her body, it would be a miracle with the style of avalanche that was caused and whatnot. Like there is no finding Tamora.
It all
There-
depends
there
on
is
how
no
much time
finding
has
tomorrow.
passed.
Tom, it's
If enough
been
time
warm.
has passed.
I don't
It
know,
could have
dude.
melted the
It's
snow.
also worth remembering that in order to find that dagger, you would have to wade through all the useless shit Tamora picked up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How many
and
skulls
actually-
did you have?
All right.
God.
Actually,
I'm gonna make a bag of
you
holding.
wouldn't even be able to get it.
Why not?
Well, no, you could. You could.
I can do all the things.
Because
including
the
completely
party
ignore any
also
restrictions.
lost. The party also lost a bag of holding in that encounter.
That's
See
true.
now, that's just taunting my fucking.
I know it
my
is.
loot horror side with dude somewhere out
Because-
there, curse dagger and a bag
because-
of holding.
Because here's my hope. That character was turned into, it was taken away and gone forever, because she is my. I used her as my guardian in all my Baldur's 3 playthroughs.
Wait, who? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it! Of course you
'Cause-
did.
So, like, I'm totally fine with never actually finding her again.
So we need.
Don't
to
worry,
find
I'm not
her.
going to do anything that'll make you cry.
Let's find her and
No.
resurrect her, and then kill her. again.
Nick, I need you to make him cry.
Wow, wait, if you actually found her and resurrected her, that would be cool. That
All
would
right,
be
well,
extremely cool.
Let's find
But
out.
Next
Did-
time
did you-
on
did you
Dragon Ball
message-
Z.
did you message Courtney?
I messaged her earlier today as a reminder.
I see.
I don't know what to tell you.
Nope,
I
just
messaged
all the
myself.
time.
So, I'll message her one more time, and then we'll get started on the recap.
I abused my privileges of being the boss, and I changed my Tuesday schedule so that I don't have to get up at 4 a.m. anymore. That way,
Right on.
I don't have to whine about not starting on time.
Good deal. All right. I've texted Courtney, and we're going to go ahead and start the recap. Episode 1, Welcome to the Frozen North. A merchant caravan presses its way north along the Northern Means Road. 6 days out from Luskan already, its destination Hundlestone, a small mining village along the desolate road to 10 towns in Icewind Dale. Gray storm clouds accumulate overhead, signaling a difficult trek ahead as snowflakes begin to fall ever faster as the morning starts. Several among the merchants begin to panic, pressuring the captain into rash action. Caravan's guards step forward, urging these folk to remain calm. Their measured words strike a chord with most of the caravan, and tensions calm. But a small offshoot of merchants, led by a halfling by the name of Nebben Hearthglow, decide instead to race ahead of the caravan, driving their animals hard and hoping to reach Hundlestone before becoming trapped upon the snowy road. While the party urges calm, their small artificer, a fairy named TB, discreetly uses a concoction to enchant Nebben's clothes to smell of sewage. The trio of rebellious wagons soon part from the wider group, and the remaining caravan sets off. The guards moving in front of the wagons and shoveling grooves in the snow for the wagons. This proves to be slow going, and after a couple of hours, it becomes apparent that the pace isn't fast enough to reach Hundlestone before dark. But their progress is quickly interrupted when they happen upon Nebben and his fellow merchants under attack by goblins, some on the back of wargs. The party races in to push back the aggressors. First, they are pinned down by arrow fire, provoking the warg riders into advancing on them. Rackham, a human fighter, and Krathos, a Goliath fighter, draw in the wargs and work to subdue them, while a changeling named Jug deploys a fog cloud to obscure the goblins' view. An Asamar warlock named Alia uses her spells to assail the warg riders, while a Tabaxi rogue named Nocturna fires on the enemy with her crossbow. Meanwhile, TB moves through the fog cloud and flies up the cliffside to take the fight to the goblin archers in the backfield. The goblins are fierce, as are their mounts. After most of the goblin vanguard is felled, the last remaining warg retreats, only to be slain by Nocturna's crossbow bolt. Meanwhile, TB is dealt a demoralizing blow before his attacker is slain by a friendly arrow. He advances on the other archers and devastates them with Tasha's caustic brew. The group now closes ranks and begins to advance up the cliffside, slaying the last of the goblins and returning to Nebben. The halfling reeks and sheepishly thanks the party for coming to the aid of he and his companions. The caravan is once again whole, albeit down a few wagons, as they lack the horses to pull now. The party redoubles its efforts, shoveling their way through the blizzard as the wagons progress through. Nightfall is rapidly approaching as the snow continues to fall in droves. As dusk falls, the caravan must make a difficult decision: continue to push ahead in the hope of reaching Hundlestone soon, or send an advance party to quickly reach the settlement and convince the rangers of Hundlestone to retrieve the rest. The party decides to keep pushing, and as night falls, Hundlestone appears ahead in the distance. The party fires a flare-up into the night sky, and the town sends another in response. Sometime later, they arrive in Hundlestone. As the teamsters unpack the horses and the wagons, everyone else is directed to the guest houses, a series of longhouses where dozens of other random travelers have also been forced to stay during the winter weather. They begin to settle in as the blizzard continues on unabated into the night. All right. Now, before we get started, does anyone have any housekeeping they need to go through with their character?
I have a question about what's in chat. It says, so I got a message from you that says this message has been hidden, and then another message from you. I'm wondering if that message is hidden, or what's up with that?
I also see that.
Or
yeah, I was just trying out some rolls on a random table.
Oh, okay.
So those don't have any significance currently.
Okay.
So, all right.
I just want to confirm we should be at 215 experience, right?
Yes.
Is that what everyone else is at? That's what we ended at?
Seems accurate.
That should be, yeah.
That is what I am at as well.
Okay. Just double checking. We didn't get a rest yet, I don't believe.
You have not. You've only just made it into the longhouses. Your efforts to get everyone to the town of Hundlestone having paid off, but the amount of work you had to put in to do that extra last couple miles of shoveling has ensured that everyone is exhausted. Be sure to add 1 point of exhaustion to your character sheets right now.
No.
I think you told us to do that already. Do you want to add a second one?
Nope. If there's a first one, then you're all good.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to fly up behind, who was it? Krathos and I believe Rockham had the glowy on them. I'm just going to briefly touch their shoulders and remove that effect so they're not lighting up the inside of this longhouse.
Okay.
Oh. Well, thanks. I think
I
that definitely
suddenly
helped.
feel darker.
As you walk into the longhouse, you can see several faces kind of sort of stop and stare up at you. It's kind of an assortment. You can see humans, dwarves, a half orc. They all kind of start to regard you curiously as you kind of enter the area. One dwarf in particular approaches, and he makes his way up, and he says, "There really are folk out there on the road tonight. I'll be buggered. My name's Bayamar, and I've sort of been the de facto head of house here in Longhouse 3. There are some spare beds in the far end there, and some space to set up some bedrolls too, if you like. Try to be courteous to everyone, and feel free to cook whatever food you have up against the fire. We've got some extra drying racks for your clothes if you need them. Other than that, if you need anything in particular, let me know. I'd see what I can do to help."
I'll ask him, where's a good spot so I can clean out this warg and whatnot for prepping it, so I'm not, here in the longhouse to do that.
Do that out front.
Okay. I'll take the warg out front.
Can I do an insight check to see if I can tell, like, the expression on his face when you tell him you're about to gut a warg so you can eat it?
Sure.
Nothing wrong with meat.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think he has to poop.
You're a Goliath, right? You're not used to being around the civilized folk as much, so really, they put a lot more into their, facial responses than you're used to seeing. Goliaths, they say what they mean, and they mean what they say. There's no need to go searching their facial expressions to verify whether there is truth to a Goliath's words or not. If the Goliath says it's going to do something, typically it will. So this is
sounds about
making
right.
inference is not really your thing.
Nope. Got it. Yes, sir.
As you all sort of head in and start to unpack your things, you can see another dwarf makes her way up to you, and she kind of greets all of you. She says, "Hi. Don't be startled. My name is Clea, and wow, you guys are You're a varied bunch here. Is that a fairy? Huh? Never mind. Never mind. Say, I just wanted to come and warn you that there have been a few thefts in the Longhouse over the winter, and maybe to keep a close eye on your stuff, just in case. We haven't been able to figure out who's doing it, but things randomly go missing. I just thought I'd let you know ahead of time.
Is she a dwarf? I can't tell from the picture. Is she a dwarf?
She's a dwarf, yeah. She kind of looks over at you and says, "Oh, well, that's a pretty blatant stink eye. I can see I'm probably intruding. Sorry. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you settle in. Okay, bye."
Wait, what was her name again?
Clea.
Clea. No, hold on. Like in character, I'm gonna go. Oh, hey, what you know? Sorry, what was your name again?
Clea.
Okay. Look, Clea. Thanks for pointing that out. But to be honest, we're not trying to stay long. It would be a great help if you could give me some sort of insight as to who to keep an eye on.
And she, why don't you go ahead and make a persuasion check?
I'm real good at that. No?
And she kind of looks around and she edges in closer to you. She says, "Well, I'm not really sure. Most of the people in this longhouse have kind of been thrust together through the winter. You know, you said you have no plans to stay here very long. Well, neither did Svaldi and I, but you know, it happens. Winter's been pretty unforgiving in the Dale, and we've been forced to take shelter here for over a month and a half now. As far as who's behind the thefts, I don't really know. Most of us suspect the
dwarves.
group of ruffians. I'm not trying to sound specious or anything here, but they're mostly humans and they're kind of rough around the edges. I don't know if they're mercenaries or possibly bandits or, you know, they're loud, they're rowdy. They spend most of their time drinking. That is when they can get their hands on, you know, any sort of strong drink. However, nobody's been able to prove it's been any one of them. And she points over to a rather large half orc sitting in front of a very rudimentary tent. She goes, "That there's Dorsch. They all seem scared of him. I can't tell, and I can't really tell if he's, you know, one of them or if they don't get along. But they seem kind of fearful of him, and you know, other than that, there's Svaldi, my betrothed, and there's also the fella with his tent over by the door there. His name is. Let me try and remember. Rulin.
Interesting name.
Rulin is his name. He's pretty quiet, keeps to himself, doesn't start trouble. Bayamar, he's kind of the house, you know, leader. He's been trying to keep things calm and you know, sort of on the sly figure out who's been stealing from everyone, but he hasn't been able to figure it out. Anyway, just thought I'd let you know. You know, it's been a few weeks since it's happened anyway, so you know, everything's probably fine. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
I fly up and I tap Kratos on the shoulder and I say, "Ask the dwarf if there's anything specific that's stolen that we potentially find
I was
lead to
about
the
to say,
culprit.
And she kind of she notices that you're talking about her
Yeah, I was
directly
gonna
in front of her.
I was just gonna like reach up, point at him, and just say,
Easy little guy. Mostly gold. However, a few trinkets here and there. Well, hell, there was a gnome who had some piece of clothing of his stolen, and he got so upset about it when they couldn't figure out who took it, they had to move him over into Longhouse too. So
"What was the dwarf's name?"
the gnome,
Oh yeah, sorry.
I don't know. I can't really remember. He's kind of an uppity little thing, but
I'll
he's in
I'll,
Longhouse too now.
I'll hold up a gold piece and say, "You sure you can't remember his name?"
Uh, she kind of reaches out and takes the gold piece, and she hollers over to another dwarf. She says, "Svaldi," and you see another dwarf come near, and he kind of looks all you up and down. He goes, "Wow, never thought I'd see a. What are you, half giant or something?"
I'd say it's pretty apt description compared to some.
Do your kind typically hang out with fairies?
My kind typically hangs out with the highest bidder.
All right, well that's ominous, but yeah, okay. Sit. So what's up? And Clea kind of looks at him, and she says, "Do you remember that gnome's name that got moved over to Longhouse too?" Yeah, they stole his cloak. I can't remember his name, but he's not in Longhouse 2 anymore either. He departed probably 210 day ago. Made his way up to the Dale. At least that's what they say. He could be a frozen statue along the road by now. You might try asking Bayamar. Bayamar was the one who had to deal with his hissy fit.
All right, that's fair. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And he kind of looks at Clea and he says, I'm just about done cooking dinner. If you're She's like, yeah, I'll be there. And he kind of makes his way off. And she says, anyway, if there's anything you want to know, at least anything I know, feel free to reach out. Come get me, or Spaldi. We're getting married. We're just heading south to make our way out to Citadel Adbar. But obviously we got snowed in on the road a few weeks ago, and we didn't exactly have enough food to make the rest of the trek down to Luskin. And coin was kind of low. Spaldi's been trying to take work in town as a smith so that he can get us enough coin to keep going, but it's kind of been rough. Anyway, you don't need to know my story, right? So, yeah, I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry. And
Consider that gold coin your wedding present. Mazel tov.
she kind of gives it a bite and then winks at you and then steps away. Moments later, the doors open once more, and you can see Remar now making his way in. His face is bitter white from the cold. His eyelashes are covered in frost and snowflakes. And he starts to cough really heavily as he sort of makes his way in and starts to hobble towards the back where the rest of you are camped out. And he approaches and he says, I don't suppose one of those beds are open.
I shrug at him and say, I'm not going to use the whole thing.
I just got here. I know
So
it's
have
open,
no
man.
response.
He goes, all right, well, unless anybody's got any objections, I'm going to go. I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna claim this bed here for myself, and I'm gonna just hit the hay. And he just kind of crawls right into the bed, kicks his boots off from under the blanket, and tries to go to sleep. But every 2 or 3 minutes, he just starts coughing before finally drifting off to sleep.
Him is a sick old man. Well, it was nice knowing him.
Uh,
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I kill everybody.
All right. Anything anybody wants to accomplish this evening? At this point, it's moving on from mid-evening into late evening.
I think we should get some rest, but I think we should establish a watch.
I would like to prep the wort for cooking, for ribs for dinner, and then whatever else for rations. And I would like to try and tan the cloak to try and, or not tan it, but skin the cloak or the fur so we can sell it here or donate it to somebody here to get it tanned, and then start making a stew for morning for food for everybody in the longhouse.
All right, you got
Whoever is there.
some means to slow down time, or
Whatever whatever is acceptable for what I can do in your eyes. Just let me know.
yeah.
And
I mean, which one's your highest priority?
getting the fur and starting the stew.
Okay. I would say, first things first. If you want to try and multitask, we can do that. I'm gonna work it into a weird series of rolls, though.
That's fine. Whatever you
We'll
want me to do.
we'll start with a. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check. Okay. All right. You kind of start the stew pot going, and as you kind of edge up towards the cooking fire, you kind of start to drag, your field dressed carcass over towards the fire to kind of really start skinning and put some effort um, into getting the pelt off of it. And you notice you're getting a few looks. People are kind of annoyed that you've just kind of brought this big dead animal in here. There are little dead animals hanging around.
Wait. I thought I was doing this outside, doing all the prep and stuff outside.
Oh, are you so you, sorry, the cooking fire is inside. So are you cooking inside or are you cooking outside?
It'll be cooking inside, but that's why I figured I'd have to cut all the meat out. On
He
the
still
outside.
needs
Yeah,
to butcher it.
He's got to go dress
Yeah.
the animal. He's going to do that outside.
Yeah.
I gotta dress the animal outside, and then I can bring the meat inside to cook it.
All right.
And it's probably, by the end of it, I'm probably gonna get a second point of exhaustion, I would assume, because it's cold as shit outside.
Yeah.
So
It's that, and
Yep.
it's also this is gonna take you a while.
Yeah, that shit's going to freeze hard as a rock. Cutting ice.
Yeah. Sorry, I assumed you had some other meat that you were cooking.
nope,
All
I
right.
only have the wort.
All right. Give me a survival roll.
Okay.
Go ahead and take another point of exhaustion. You're able to do a pretty decent job of separating the hide from the body itself, and you start kind of prioritizing certain cuts of meat. This takes about an hour. You've now got the skin off, and it's taken a bit of work, and you're gonna have to do a bit more to actually get the get kind of the some of the more sticky bits off the inside. As soon as you've got the meat ready, you kind of bring it in, start cutting and cubing. You get started on the cooking fire. I would say, do you have the cooking skill?
Yes, I have the cooking utensils.
All right. Go ahead and give me a cooking roll. Let's call it shucks howdy. Let's call it we'll call it wisdom here. Remember, you've got 2 points of exhaustion, so just keep that in mind as you're making this roll.
It should, if he puts it in the character sheet, it should automatically.
It should affect your skill rolls. I don't know if it'll affect tool rolls though. Is the only thing.
Gotcha.
So if you
Yep,
you may need to just.
I put it on disadvantage just in case.
Okay,
so.
perfect. Yeah, that'll do it. All right. You are quite tired, and your fingers are cold, and you find yourself spending a little too much time warming your fingers over the fire, and really kind of obsessing over some of the parts of the hide you wish you'd have done a better job in separating. And the stew, for the most part, spends probably a long stretch of time a little more unattended than you would have liked. By the time it's ready, it's seasoned. It's a little on the salty side, and it doesn't taste of much else. It's really more salted meat broth for the most part. It's passable. It'll do. But in the case of this particular meal, hunger is the best seasoning.
Sounds good. I will, I guess go wrap up the fur for now, or unless you can say I've already wrapped it up, and then I'm gonna retire.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything?
I'll take this time to sharpen my weapons and do some maintenance.
Okay.
I'm going to
But-
add a couple magical tinkerings to my person. Here, I'm gonna just send it to you as a whisper.
Okay. That works for me.
So, are you good if I put in my inventory a warg pelt, almost fully skinned?
Yeah. I would weight it at 2 pounds. And that should be good.
Cool.
Ooh, I couldn't do that because. Hold on, I gotta rethink.
Is warg with an A or an O?
Oh.
Really depends on what universe you're getting it from.
This is true. All right. I got your whisper there.
As I do that, I'm gonna slide that like underneath my cot so that it's kind of. I'm gonna make it into bait, and I'm gonna slide it under my cot, and then I'm gonna lay on my cot and wrap up in a blanket.
Okay.
How come you never whisper in my ear, Daddy?
I don't,
Not you, the other Daddy. Jesus.
I don't know what to.
Well,
I don't know what to tell you. All right. As you all kind of settle up your chores for the evening and start to actually lie down, Falling asleep isn't too difficult. The longhouse, it's a really rudimentary building. It's mortared stone along the floors, and that literally just logs that have been essentially tarred together. You see very little of the outside. There are sort of vents along the ceiling to kind of allow airflow out of the airflow of the large cooking fire to escape in the smoke. You can all see the snow just continuing to come down in massive droves, snowflakes just passing by at an accelerated rate, and you all sort of drift off, exhausted and tired.
Wait, are we taking a watch? I specifically said I wanted to do a watch.
Okay.
Anyone?
Are you taking first watch?
I'll take first watch if that needs to be. Is anyone going to claim second or third watch?
I'm pretty tired. I gotta sleep through this whole thing.
How do I tell how tired I am? I kind of want to go try to find this thief and steal shit from him.
Yeah. Got to figure out who it is first.
Yeah.
If you've got a point of exhaustion,
Son of a bitch. Yeah, sorry.
if you've got a point of exhaustion, taking a watch basically means that you're getting kind of the bare minimum amount of sleep, which means you won't suffer another point of exhaustion, but you won't lose your current point of exhaustion.
Oh, bummer, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay. All right, fuck it. You know what?
Let's just sleep then. I don't
Yeah,
got
just gonna
shit to
sleep.
get stolen.
I'm going to hope my really awesome passive perception helps me out here.
Well, all right then.
It's a 9.
Pick all your valuables and tuck them in between you and the wall on your cot.
I don't really have any valuables.
All right. The pretty much darkness washes over all of you as soon as you hit the pillow. As soon as that happens, it's almost as if no time goes by at all, but you are all abruptly woken by frantic shouting and essentially
I knew it.
tense yelling. And you can hear Svaldi at this point sort of yelling. You can hear Clea sort of trying to calm him down, and as you all sort of lift your heads, you can see, the early morning light just sort of pouring in. Svaldi sort of emerges from their tent, and he's angrily pacing about the longhouse and looking at everyone kind of individually, one at a time, sort of eyeing everybody up angrily. And he makes his way towards all of you, and he says, "Did one of you take it? If you've got it, you better tell me right now. I swear to God." And he kind of advances up, and you can see he's a bit confrontational right now. Something's got his dander up.
Is he speaking to us?
Yes.
I roll over in my cot. I look at him. I say, "Shut the fuck up, dwarf." I roll back over.
All right. Give me an intimidation check.
Where is it? There it is. I'm not good at it. Oh, that should have been a disadvantage.
If you
Never
slept
mind.
through the whole night, which you did, you should be able to remove your exhaustion. I would say everybody can do that at this point. I don't think anybody kept a watch, right?
No.
No,
Correct.
but you only lose one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
At this, you can see Svaldi's eyes just go into a rage. And he makes his way over, and you can see him just about ready to kick the cot right over. And Clea sort of jumps in and intercepts him. And she says, "No. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do what the gnome did. All right? We're not just going to run around randomly accusing people of things. All right, let's just go wake Bayamar up and we'll have a quick conversation with him about it and we'll figure it out. Don't worry, we're not gonna leave here without it. And at that point, Bayamar kind of steps in and he says, "I'm already up. What the hell is it?" And Svaldi kind of turns around and he says, "My axe. My ancestral axe. My clan's axe. It's gone. It's missing. It was pinched in the night." Bayamar kind of looks him over and says, "You sure?" And Svaldi says, I'm not stupid. I know exactly where the axe was. It was sitting right on the end table next to my head when I went to sleep on our cot. It's gone. Someone took it. Clea didn't take it. Someone snuck into my tent last night and took my ancestral axe." And Bayamar kind of looks around the area. Says, "All right, we're gonna go ahead and gather everybody up and maybe have a discussion. I'm gonna go speak to the town watch and have some of them come in again this time. 15 minutes, I'll be back." And at this, everybody kind of stands around awkwardly until Bayamar returns, with two of the Hundlestone town watch sort of flanking him. And he looks around the area, and you can see as he enters, he's kind of explaining to the town watch sort of what's been going on here. The town watch now kind of eye everybody up suspiciously. These are both dwarves as well. And Bayamar says, "We're going to need to search everybody's sort of camping sites. I need to make sure that nobody here has taken Svaldi's axe. I've gotten permission from the town watch to conduct the search, and they're here to make sure that everybody is dealt with fairly. Now, does anyone have any objections to their stuff being searched?"
I'll kind of kick my bag over and then go walk over to start heating the stew back up for everybody. Breakfast.
Okay.
I just holler out, "Do I look like I'm carrying a dwarf's fucking axe on me?"
As I walk over, that's a good point.
Go ahead and make another intimidation check.
Should be a fucking common sense check. I'm 18 inches tall. Where am I gonna fucking hide it?
I agree, but you're magical. You're a fairy. Who knows? Maybe you slipped it up your nose.
As they once said in Beavis and Butthead Do America, cavity search.
Wow.
I believe there's something called due process. That's just the kind of talk I would expect from the guy who trained these guys. Alright, let's see here. Bayamar kind of looks back at you. Just the same, I need to make sure that I can at least clear your name here. This is just as much for your well-being as it is for mine or anyone else's. Please don't make this difficult. I promise to be respectful of your things.
This is all completely unnecessary and a waste of everybody's time. You fools poking around, having no idea what you're doing. I have more experience dealing with much more complicated matters than this. If you really want your axe back, make it worth our while, and I'll find it for you.
Okay, go ahead. I would say Nocturna can make either a persuasion or an intimidation here.
I'm gonna go with intimidation.
I was gonna say the tone kind of fits.
Yeah.
This is solid logic. I like this one.
Meanwhile, I start chuckling mildly and I gesture to my pack that's underneath my bed and I just roll back over.
Bayamar nods gratefully. As for... Give me one sec here. Well, This has been an issue that's been going on for a while, and we haven't been able to get to the bottom of it. Nor has the town watch. Tell me what it is you intend to do to solve this situation, and what it is you expect in it as compensation, and maybe we can come to a deal.
Just kill everybody until we find it. Ah! No, I don't.
Is this the fairy running around intimidating people?
Yes.
The fairy
Yes.
laying in bed with a blanket wrapped around him, intimidating people.
I love it. You should tell me what this axe is worth to you, or what it's worth to find this thief. I've got plenty of experience as an investigator, and I'm more than confident that I can find him for you. I'm not going to go through every step of what it'll take to find this. If you want an experienced investigator on it, tell me what it's worth, and we'll decide if we're interested in helping.
And
Obviously, the fairy doesn't have your axe. I could be blind and tell you that.
Bayamar looks over at Svaldi and says, "Well, what is this axe worth to you?" And Svaldi, at this point, now, still in a sort of fit of desperation, he says, "That axe belonged to my father. It was a sigil of my clan. It is the only thing I have left of him, my mother, my brothers. I am the last surviving member of my line within my clan, and that axe was the only proof I had of it and the only memento I had of my family. I would do anything to have it returned to me." And at this point, his eyes kind of start to stare down towards the ground, and he says, "Unfortunately, I don't have very much that I can offer. I'm afraid in order to get it back, I would have to rely on the kindness of you or someone else who might be willing to donate your fee on my behalf." And at this point, Bayamar sort of scratches his nose and says, "Well, I'm happy to. I can pitch 10 gold towards it, if that helps." And Svaldi sort of nods and says, "Thank you."
I'll pipe up. I'll do it. I'll help out for pound or two of salt.
And Bayamar says, I can probably get my hands on that."
I've heard that you dwarves are good at finding gems. Is that true?
And Clea sort of interrupts Bayamar at this point. She goes, I come from a mining clan, actually. My whole family, our clan has worked the mines since time immemorial out at Citadel Adbar." And she says, I do have one thing." And she kind of reaches into her pocket, and as she pulls it out, you can see Svaldi kind of like urging her not to, and he's under his breath he's kind of like muttering something to her, and she goes, "It's your axe is more important, Svaldi." Anybody who wants to can go ahead and make a perception check.
So I did the insight check. I want to know if she's telling the truth about the whole mining family thing.
As far as you can tell, she's not lying. Krathos, Jug, Nocturna. You all make out Svaldi saying something about a dowry, and you're fairly certain that, based on what he said, what you're able to read off his lips and hear off his voice, that gem was likely meant for Clea's family as a dowry, and she's now offering it up as payment. Svaldi seems pissed about it, but Clea seems perfectly fine with it. And she says, she kind of holds it up, and you're gonna have to give me 1 second here, as I'm just need to look one thing up. She holds the gem up in front of you, and it's a transparent, deep purple gem. She holds it up in front of you, and it's roughly about the size of the dwarf's thumb. And she says, "Would this be enough to engage your services?"
I stroke my chin while I look appraisingly at the gem.
I'm gonna nudge the fairy's shoulder,
I look over at
but
him.
like a little aggressively because I'm really big and he's really small.
I look over at you. I'm like, what? Fine. Yes. All right. We'll make a deal. I understand that this gem has some sort of sentimental value to you. Is it sentimental or is it purely monetary?
Svaldi says sentimental, and Clea says purely monetary.
I look back and forth between the two.
I look down at the fairy and I nod.
All right. We'll find your axe. You'll give us the gem, but I will give you fair market value of gold in exchange for it.
All right. Clea sort of nods and says, "Well, all right then. This is coming together." And she kind of pats Svaldi's shoulder and tries to get him to calm down. Svaldi kind of, he kind of mellows out a little bit, and he still seems to carry a bit of a dubious look on his face, but he says, "Okay." And he kind of exhales deeply, and he looks at all of you, and he says, "Thank you."
Thank the cat. I fly away.
And then,
You're welcome. Food will be ready soon.
At this, the couple makes their way back towards their tent, and Bayamar sort of comes up to you and says, "All right, I just want to call out that we're taking a bit of a big risk here. You're not gonna do anything illegal, are you?"
I just laugh and I look at him. I don't say a word.
I look at him. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
No, go for it.
I'm just gonna look at him, and I'm just gonna say, all we're gonna do is bring justice.
You see me lay down the law? I am the lawbringer.
Go ahead and make an intimidation check for Kratos.
Can he get advantage because
That
I'm
was
floating
so
behind him?
Yeah,
close.
I'll give you advantage. That's fine.
All right.
I'm just floating behind you, giving him crazy eyes. Ah, God damn it!
Even worse. Oh, wow.
All right. As you kind of make your statement and sort of like stare at Bayomar and the two town watch guards sort of forebodingly, one of the town watch guards just sort of like points at you aggressively and says, "But you ain't gonna injure anybody or commit to any violence, right?"
I'll shout out, "I won't throw the first punch. How about that?"
Make a persuasion check.
That should be at disadvantage.
Okay. The guard kind of puts his arm down and says, "Well, shucks, that works for me."
Under my breath, I go, "Yeah, because I'm gonna throw them."
So, Nick, I didn't think I would ever actually use this, but somehow I'm using it on the first session. So just a heads up about this background feature that I have. And mainly calling that out because of the sentence with, additionally, your local law enforcement has firm opinions about you, viewing you as either a nuisance or one of their own. So,
Okay.
yeah.
How did these
So-
guys feel?
Here's the thing. The whole point in how I wrote this was to make sure that you have to dig and use the weird stuff out of your toolbox to kind of get by. So,
Yes.
I would say at this, the town watch kind of make their way towards the entrance of the longhouse, and Bayamar says, "Well, the only person I could think of that would probably be able to be of any use to your investigation would be that gnome, Billingsley. Yeah,
Left 10 days ago.
Yeah, we had to move him to another longhouse. He got a little hysterical when his cloak disappeared, and when that disappeared, and nobody could find it. Well, he was kind of a rumpled little guy. Told the guards I couldn't keep him in here anymore. They brought him to Longhouse number 2. Unfortunately, about a 10-day ago, I was told he left, took off, headed north. So I don't know if he made it, and I don't know where he'd be, but the mayor was the last person he spoke to. Maybe you could try talking to him.
Would he be the best person to give us a list of incidents and things that have gone missing and people that were around when this happened?
We've reported everything to the town watch each time it's happened, so I would imagine unless he doesn't care, he's probably been keeping a list.
Well, I guess that's our first step.
All right. Well, I'll have a word with the guards and see if they'll take you to see the mayor. And a few seconds later, he calls the guards back. They come to kind of speak with you, and I would say just go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Do it with advantage here.
All right, coming right up.
Okay. And you kind of are able to kind of baffle them with investigative jargon to the extent that they realize they're clearly out of their depth when it comes to actual investigation, and you clearly are someone who knows very much what they are doing. As such, they sort of agree to take you to speak with the mayor immediately, in fact. And they say, anybody you want to bring with you, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I suppose I'm traveling with this circus here, so whoever's coming, let's go.
I'm a-coming.
As we start leaving, I start flying away, and then I turn back and I call to anybody who's behind me. I go, "Oh crap! I left my pack. Well, one of you guys grab it for me from under my cot there."
And as soon as you do, one of the sort of ruffianish-looking humans kind of says, yeah, I got it," and he runs over and reaches down with a hand and kind of picks it up in his hand, and it's really about the size of a stone in his hand. And as soon as he picks it up, a large alarm noise starts to sort of emit.
And flashing lights. And flashing lights.
Yes, and flashing lights. And as this happens, all the other ruffians start to have a good chuckle, and the whole group just kind of starts rousing into laughter, and mugs clink, and Bayamar just sort of gives out a huge exhale and just kind of sits down and starts cooking his breakfast at this point.
I fly over and I take my pack from the ruffian and I float like an inch from his face and I go, "Don't ever touch my shit again." And then I leave.
All right. Give me just a second here. So who all is going with Nocturna then? Everybody?
We might as well.
Sure.
I
Yep.
think so.
Okay.
Splitting the party's never a good idea.
Okay. One second.
Oh shit! Did anybody check on
Actually, I was just gonna think that you
Fragmar?
guys, you guys
Fragmar?
go. I'll stay back with with our fearless leader here and watch our stuff. To be perfectly honest, I'm no good in this situation, anyways.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll check on. I forget his name, but
Remar.
Remar, yeah.
I remember how to
I mean,
pronounce it.
it would probably behoove the party if, you know, I was a little dumb and I stayed outside a little too long, if I also stayed and just continued to rest while you guys go. But I
That's probably a
understand
good
if you
idea.
if you want me to come along for muscle.
Nah, you
Yeah.
should stay back, keep cooking. We'll leave both of our tanks behind. It'll work out just fine.
All right then.
I'm leaving it up to you.
No, I was
No, for real. Yeah.
I sounded sarcastic, but I was serious. Yeah, you should stay
Oh.
behind.
Yeah.
You should stay
Okay,
behind
okay.
and rest. We'll go
Okay.
interrogate the mayor. It's not like the mayor's gonna pick a fight with us.
This guy looks like he's from Fable.
All right. As you make your way out from the longhouse, you can see even still in the early morning, the blizzard is continuing completely unabated. The streets are already covered in what looks to be already 1.5 feet of snow. You can see as the town watch sort of leads you up, there's sort of a dwarf directing all the folks shoveling and handling snow removal, and the town watch approaches him with you just behind them, and they sort of take a quick moment to explain to the mayor what's going on, and the mayor sort of looks down at all of you and then signals for you to approach. And as you all kind of step up the stairs towards him, he says, "Another damn robbery in Longhouse 3.
Yes.
Well, what can I do for you? What do you need?"
Dwarf had an axe stolen. We promised we'd find it. We need you to talk to our investigator. And I gestured to the.
I forgot that I've gotten to play a cat with you before. Um, um, I'm hoping you can provide me with a list of items that have gone missing and individuals that might have been at this in the vicinity when the incidents were reported.
Says, "Well, I did keep a ledger. I can provide that for you. I'll have to check my office and have it brought around Longhouse number 3. As far as people present, the robberies all seem to take place at night. Nobody seems to notice what's happening. Of course, everybody in there has got a theory as to who's behind it, and they all seem to think it's those human ruffians hanging out in there. Personally, I'm at a point where if this doesn't stop, I'm willing to just kick them all out into the cold. But
Well,
yeah, I'll provide you a ledger. Nobody has seen anything on who's doing this. Between you and me, whoever's behind it is pretty experienced at stealing, in my opinion. Some kind of professional cat burglar or something. It's amazing that at this point, after this long winter, being locked in a longhouse together, someone's been able to manage stealing all these things from their roommates, if you will, and not get caught and not have any even the slightest sighting. To me,
I smirk at the use of the word cat burglar. But and we'll also need you to let your city watch know about our efforts and inform them that we may need to rely on their assistance at certain points in the investigation. We should be able to provide you with enough information to take action and not have to randomly kick people out.
go ahead and
My
make a
experience that ruffians are usually not the source of these sorts of problems.
persuasion check. And I'll give you advantage on this too. And he sighs heavily and he says, "All right, here's the deal. We're in the middle of a snowstorm, and I've got a lot going on. I need my people to be able to dedicate their efforts towards making sure that everything's battened down and snow's getting removed as needed. So how about this? How about I just assign you one of my town watch to assist you anywhere you go and make sure that you get unfettered access to wherever you're going. Does that work for you?"
That would be appreciated.
And he just he looks at the two town watch guys that sort of escorted you up to him, and he goes, "All right, you." And he, the one just kind of like looks up and sort of nods and kind of gives a heavy sigh. He says, "Make sure that this assortment, this lot, are able to get to whatever they need in order to get to the bottom of this." And he says, "If you manage to pull this off and figure out who's been stealing from all these people, I'm also willing to go ahead and throw you 30 gold pieces as a reward."
I nod. All right. So he's getting the list and bringing it back to the longhouse, or did he give
Yeah,
us?
it'll be brought back to the longhouse. He basically looks at you and he says to your guard, sort of escort. He says, come to my office with me, and then make your way back to the longhouse and give them the list." And the guard sort of nods.
Well, we're returning to the scene of the most recent crime, conveniently where we'll be waiting for the list. So we'll see you soon.
Sounds good. And at this, the mayor kind of departs. Give me 1 second.
Dude, what happened to your sister?
I don't know.
That's what sisters are for, pissing us off and disappointing us. So pretty much doing her job, right?
Yeah, I I try to be a little bit less heavy-handed now. Nobody's perfect, right?
Indeed.
All right.
Nobody is perfect.
Let's see here. All right. And
Anybody
Alright.
watch Halt and Catch Fire?
I can't say I have.
Oh man, Nick, that's obligatory. Anyone working in IT must watch that show.
Let's see here. All right. I think we've got everything.
All right,
I
what
need.
show?
Halt and Catch Fire.
Halt and Catch Fire. No, I haven't even heard of it. What is it?
It's an AMC show. You know how they did Mad Men? It's kind of like all about
Mhm.
advertising in the 50s. Halt and Catch Fire is kind of like the same style of show, but it's all about like the development of the tech industry through like the 80s and 90s.
Oh, cool.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. It's friggin' good.
All right. Bet.
All right. So, as you make your way back to the the longhouse. The guard returns shortly after you with this short list. And he says, the mayor wanted me to explain that several other bits of gold have been taken, but a lot of that seems to be from other longhouses as well. All in all, we're estimating whoever this person is, they've gotten away with probably close to 75 gold. On top of what's listed here.
Are there
And
names, like names of people listed along with, just what was stolen? Is there a list of victims that we could talk to?
and as you kind of make your way in and you're kind of talking about this, Bayamar kind of sidles up beside all of you and he says, you can literally ask anyone in this longhouse. Every one of us has had some bit of coin nipped off of us here or there. Part of the reason why most of us think it's those ruffians, they always seem to have some sort of wineskin or something on them.
They refer to this like longhouse number 1, number 3, or whatever. So I assume there's like numbered longhouses. Are they like different proprietors at each one?
Well, we aren't really proprietors. I don't live here. It's just kind of more, everybody was living in this house. Someone had to be assigned kind of the go-to person for a lot of crap. So that's sort of me. I don't know how they do things in Longhouse number 2. I don't go over there very often. So
Okay.
And it's kind of more a position that was thrust upon me, if you will.
I assume the list outlines like the location, where different incidents took place.
This list is all specific to things in Longhouse number 3. This is the total tally for Longhouse number 3, and it's sort of presumed that everything else has been gold from the other longhouses, or coin, basically.
Okay.
Have any of the other
You
longhouses
forgot the
been hit?
ancestral axe.
Well, it hasn't been listed on there. That's the most recent one.
Is Bayamar, that's the dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he able to give us a rundown of the night, who came and went at different times? Particularly after we went to sleep.
Well, we don't really keep a watch. I wasn't awake. To be honest, I usually notice that Rulin's usually up later than most, just kind of I don't know, sitting on his cot and keeping a watch on things, writing down in his journal. He might have noticed something. You might try talking to him.
Okay. Before I do that, I want to just look around the longhouse. I don't know, just see if there's anything I notice.
Okay. I would say are you looking for anything specific, or are you looking anywhere specific?
Well, starting at the bed the dude was sleeping on, and the location where he put his axe, and just kind of, I don't know, I guess kind of spiraling out from there.
Okay. Svaldi and Clea let you into their tent. It's not very big, but...
Oh, wait, so he wasn't sleeping in the longhouse where we were?
No, their tent is inside the longhouse. Some people, to have a little added privacy, have been doing that.
Gotcha, okay, yep.
The longhouse is larger than I think some of you are envisioning. It's like a 60 it could fit like 60 people in it sleeping.
Yeah, it's a big building, and so people kind of put tents up in there so that they kind of have like their own rooms inside the longhouse.
It's long.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I can overturn Longship.
Correct. And as you kind of make your way back, I would say most of you have noticed Remar has yet to kind of wake from his sleep, but he does cough occasionally from his bed.
I'm gonna go. I guess. Oh yeah. Did you want like a insight or perception or something for the?
I would say go ahead and make an investigation
Oh yeah.
for inside Svaldi and Clea's tent.
All right.
Okay. There's nothing particularly of note outside of the ordinary. Clea and Svaldi seem to be rather messy people, and you can tell that by the evidence of random bits of clothing sort of heaped up on chairs and this sort of thing inside the tent. And of course, the toggles that sort of hold the tent together, sort of being your first area to kind of investigate, to try and determine, how the perpetrator may have entered the area. However, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Whoever
The
it
tent's
was,
not like cut open or anything. They went in through the door.
nope, exactly. And they didn't cut the toggles either. They clearly took their time to slowly loosen the toggles to make their way in, and then presumably, entered and exited both through the front of the tent.
And the dude who lost his axe he's sleeping right now in the tent.
He's not sleeping. He's sort of sitting there
Okay.
in a chair, but it's a small cot, which is probably regular size for a human, but ample for a pair of dwarves in this case. The headboard, or I'm sorry, the end table is just right next to Svaldi's side of the bed, which is the closest to the door. And it's not a large tent either, so really, whoever did it likely just unfastened the toggles, took 2 or 3 steps into the tent, lifted the axe, and turned around and made their way out.
I look at him. There's nothing else missing.
And Svaldi kind of looks up at you and says, "No, there's not a damn thing. Honestly, it's just the axe."
Okay. Do we know how many people were in the longhouse that night?
Bayamar kind of pipes up at this point, and he says, yeah, I usually do a quick tally before bed. Not including you folks or your captain. I'd say 9, including myself, and then obviously your group.
Okay. I guess we'll go talk to that dude that was the journal writer guy that's usually up late.
Sure thing. Give me 1 second.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna fly off. I want to investigate the entirety of the longhouse and find out if there's any other way in or out besides like the main door.
It's a good plan.
Okay. You begin sort of looking over. There are a few vents where the walls meet the roof. These are plenty big enough for you to sneak out of. They're a bit tall for a dwarf to be able to reach. They're about 8 feet up. And they're a bit slender. A human could probably fit through it too, but they'd, have to be skinny, potentially agile, and it might be noisy and require a lot of effort. Other than that, the only other way out besides the door would be sort of the chimney opening in the sort of center apex of the roof.
Interesting. Okay. So potentially somebody from one of the other longhouses, or hell, anywhere in town, could be slipping in through these gaps if they were.
My other
ninja-like
thought was
enough.
maybe an inside job. The people that are running shit or stealing.
That's always possible too. I feel like
Yeah, let's go. Let's go see what that guy says and see if he noticed anybody coming and going.
They're bad at their job or they're doing it themselves.
What was that dude's name? The journal guy that was up late.
It was.
Sorry, I was muted. Rulin,
Ruin. Yeah, let's go. Let's go talk to Ruin.
you make your way up, and he's just kind of seated on a cot out in the open, and he's just sort of writing in a little leather-bound journal as you approach, and he kind of sheepishly looks up at you and says, "You're trying to figure out who took Spaldi's axe, aren't you?"
Indeed.
Well, what can I do to help?
Walk me through last night. What did you see?
Well, to be honest, there's not a lot going on in this place any given night of the week. In fact, your arrival was kind of the biggest sort of
Hey,
event of the
sorry to
evening.
interrupt. Something's going on. I gotta run inside real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, it's fine. No? And he says, you know, to be honest, if you ask me, I've noticed whenever there's a new arrival or something big happens around in here, that's usually when one of these thefts take place. I think whoever's doing it is sort of trying to do it on these occasions to, cast suspicion on any newcomers.
And did this is to you, not to him. Did what's his name? Did he say the longhouse guy? Did he say this dude was in the longhouse or just outside the longhouse awake?
No, he said he was in it.
Okay. So can you give me a rundown of last night? Who was in the longhouse awake? Who came and went? How late you were awake?
Well, I must have gone to sleep probably about an hour after I saw Bayamar lie down. As far as I'm aware, I was the last one awake. You can usually tell when Dorsch is asleep. He's the big half orc. He's got kind of a bad snoring problem. You might have heard it last night, but maybe not. Seemed like you guys pretty much hit the hay and were out clean, huh?
Yes. Long day on the road.
Yeah. Other than that, I didn't notice anybody else awake. But
And nobody came or went after we went to sleep.
not that I'm aware of. Occasionally the town watch will show up. They usually don't enter the longhouse after nightfall unless they have reason to. And of course they don't. Or didn't.
Can I do an insight check and gauge whether he's telling the truth?
Yeah. Okay. He seems to be very straightforward with his answers. He's very good at making eye contact when you would expect someone telling the truth to make eye contact, but this is also something that a very good liar would also do. You do notice he's got almost a flawless performance, but he does have a little tell. His eyes tend to shift a little bit after he makes a statement. His execution is perfect while he's speaking during his performance, but as soon as he's done talking, his attention seems to drift immediately somewhere else, anywhere else.
What were you doing up so late?
It's just writing in my journal. That's what I typically do.
What were you writing in there? You writing a
Well,
novel?
well, I'm a ranger. I keep observations on the weather, sort of a personal almanac type thing.
Can I read it? It might be helpful to the investigation to know any small detail.
All right, go ahead and make a persuasion check. And he reaches under his cot and hands it up to you, and he goes, yeah, by all means, I write my own code, so it'll probably be hard to understand it.
Maybe you can help me a little bit with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
And as you
go ahead.
As you open it up, you can see that a lot of the observations written in this notebook, they carry dates, and sort of time of day, but a lot of the musings written in here appear to be nonsensical in nature, just absolute nonsense that wouldn't make sense to anyone unless. Does your character know Thieves' Cant?
I do.
Okay. You recognize this pretty quickly. Certain words are kind of substituted to kind of throw off, the reader, typically the speaker. Thieves' Cant is typically a language meant for speaking. However, it reads just as easily in writing. The only difference is, it doesn't have all the social cues that Thieves' Cant sort of tends to rely upon, but you recognize some of the words immediately, as pertaining to things like marks and drops and you know victims, that sort of thing. And as you kind of look it over, you can tell he's watching you rather intently.
I make sure not to let on anything about my recognition of it. I try and appear as though I'm sort of puzzled by what I'm looking at.
Okay, give me a deception check. And as you kind of sort of put on your little display, he goes, "Yeah, as I said, it's a little bit gobbledygook, but basically this part right here that you're looking at, this was last night's observation. I was just taking sort of notes. You can see here this word. This means snowfall. This word means this phrase is pertaining to the moon cycle, which of course was a waning gibbous last night. A lot of it is, like I said, really just kind of silly, boring stuff. But yeah, if there's anything more specific you want me to translate in there, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I helpful to have some of these details. Maybe I can cross-reference it against the information of other incidents that we were provided. I appreciate your assistance. The town's fortunate to have someone like you keeping an eye on these things. You never know when a little detail might make the difference.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if there's anything I can do to help, I'm happy to. But again, this isn't really my area of expertise. But I'm happy to help wherever needed.
I appreciate it. It's we're motivated to figure this out. Someone offered us a huge jewel to figure out this conundrum of who's been stealing. So looking forward to getting my hands on that. We'll let you know if we find anything out.
Yeah, sounds good. Um, I'll be here. I rarely go anywhere outside of just kind of taking walks for observations, but it's a blizzard outside, so I'll be here.
So I think I think we've got our first suspect. So I guess we'll head back to the longhouse.
And you're there already. You're in the longhouse, so
Weren't we out?
His tent.
Weren't we
His
outside the
tent
longhouse?
on. No, he's
no.
right on the inside at the doorway.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Um. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. What were you gonna say about the thieves' cant?
Oh, I don't know. I'm assuming you handed the book back to him, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Hand the book back
Okay.
to him. Yep, for sure.
Yeah. I think at this point, you're fairly certain there's something illicit being described in the book, despite your very cursory kind of moment of looking through it. However, you'd probably have to get a chance to read it more in depth to kind of get any determination from the book itself.
Okay. Um. I want to. I think. Is it the fairy still with us, or is the fairy searching the house still?
Let's say the fairy's still searching the house. Jared's kind of he's in the middle of something
Yeah,
right now, so
that's right. Okay. I want him to keep an eye on this dude for a little bit. Yeah.
I can stay here with him. You want to go like try to talk to this guy's boss or something? Try to figure out who this guy knows and who else might be in on it?
Yeah, is the longhouse dude in the longhouse, like the keeper, the babysitter guy in the longhouse?
yeah, he's still in here. He's sort of
Okay.
he's seated by the main fire.
Okay. And then he had like his wife or whatever.
Nope, Svaldi is the guy who lost the axe, and that's his fiance, if you will.
Oh, okay.
Can I just check in? I just want to see, how's our captain holding up?
Yeah, he's in and out. He's currently awake, but he's not really. He doesn't seem motivated to get out of the bed. Coughing has gotten a bit more severe, and you can see his cheeks are quite rosy. His forehead's quite red.
I'm gonna see if the longhouse has a medic, or someone who knows medicine. I'm gonna ask the.
Bayamar.
Yeah.
Well,
Ooh, sorry, I had to sneeze. Holy shit.
we unfortunately don't have anybody who knows a great deal about medicine, and Hundle Stone itself doesn't seem to have any sort of healer or anything like that. However, I can try and boil you some rags, or I mean, I can try and take a look at them, but I can't claim to know anything more than you do.
All right. I'm gonna see if Hey Jonah, do you think your character could take a look at him?
Who? At the frozen guy?
Well, no, he's our captain. He's like the
Oh
guy who
yeah,
hired
yeah,
us.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I
Right here.
remember now. The guy's ass we saved.
Hmm.
No.
Yep.
Well,
Well, I
no,
mean,
the guy,
kinda.
the guy who you backed up and convinced the other caravan drivers not to run off ahead of.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. He's the guy who hired us. He's gonna pay us all the money.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you need from me? Perception?
Go ahead and make a medicine check, actually.
A medicine check. Oh, boom. Oof.
He's hot, that's for sure. And he's sweating quite a bit. You don't know if there's much more you can tell based on that. He could be hot just because he's been huddled under this bed all morning, or it's probably an illness though. The coughing coupled with that seems to indicate a likelihood that he's probably sick with something. And he looks up at you and his eyes are just red. And he says, it's fine. I just need a couple days, probably.
I don't know. Do you maybe know of any herbal recipes that could help get the fever down?
I don't think he's asking me that, Jonah.
Jonah.
Sorry. I don't got shit for this guy, I don't think.
Oh no. Nothing. Perhaps.
Healing word?
Lesser
Would that help?
restoration doesn't come till level 2 spells, I think.
I
Yeah,
see.
healing word is really more for closing
I do.
wounds and that sort of thing.
Uh-huh.
This is an actual legitimate illness, probably, at least as far as you can tell. You're not 100% certain, but it's outside of just letting him rest right now, you're not certain what else that you could do for him.
All right. Well, I'll get him a bowl of Rackham's stew, mostly
Okay.
broth, please. And
That's good thing. That's mainly what's in there.
And Remar sort of sips at it, and he's like, "God, that is salty."
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do with warg meat, really. I mean, if you know a better recipe, let me on to it.
Easy,
That's what I
easy.
got
I'm
so
not.
far.
Beggars can't be choosers. And he just kind of sips at the broth for a bit, and then lays back and tries to rest his eyes a little longer. Oh, you'll see. I'll be just fine tomorrow. I just need to rest. And he sort of starts to doze off once more. All right, Nocturna, as you approach Beamar, he sort of looks up at you from his little table, just sort of whittling at a piece of wood, and he says, "Well, did you find anything interesting?" Nick, did I lose you?
Person?
Yeah, every time I mute,
Person?
it like crashes my Discord, and I have to force quit before I can unmute. Nothing especially interesting yet. The journal guy, what was his name again?
Rulin.
Ruin. What's his story?
You know, he's been here probably close to 2 months. He you know, kind of a loner. He's a ranger, so you know, I kind of understand that kind of comes with the territory. He keeps to himself. He you know, tends to help out where he can. In fact, you might be able to ask him if he can help out with your friend there. He looks like he's not doing so great. But yeah, you know, he's usually pretty agreeable, pretty thoughtful guy. In fact, he's probably one of the folks who's given me the least amount of trouble since being here.
And does he stay in town the whole time? Does he come and go at all?
Oh yeah, he goes out, makes his way around town, sometimes leaving town, out in the wilderness. I don't know,
How often is he out trekking outside of town?
a few times a week, I'd say.
But he hasn't left since we got here.
Well, you've only been here since last night, so.
Yes. But, I mean, since the axe went missing, he's been here the whole time.
Oh,
Just
you mean has
wondering if
he left the longhouse? You mean?
Yeah, or town.
I know he left the longhouse. I don't think he left town at any point.
Okay. So, maybe he saw something. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll tell somebody, who was that was trying to care for the sick guy?
Me/Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, Jug and Kratos.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
I'll let Jug and Kratos know they should talk to Rulin to see if he can help the sick dude.
Okay.
Alright, cool. We'll go do that while you're doing what you're doing.
Wait, let
Okay.
me roll the dice.
Okay. If there's any dice to roll, you can roll.
As you make your way up to Rulin, he sort of stops what he's doing with his journal, and he looks up at the pair of you and says, "Oh, is this about the dwarf's axe?"
No, it's not about the dwarf's ass. It's about it's about the sick dwarf.
Oh yeah.
We've
Yeah.
heard he's got a fever and he's got my money, so I kind of need him to live. Do you think you could check on him?
Yeah, I can do that. And he kind of puts his journal under his cot, and he gets up and makes his way across with you to Remar's bedside, and he kind of looks him over, sort of, you know, puts his hand awkwardly over Remar's forehead, and then sort of looks up at you and says, "Yeah, he's pretty warm. I couldn't tell you what he's got. It could be. I mean, he's pretty old too."
Can I interject quick?
Yeah.
Only because he's not here at the table. He probably would take this time to, if you notice, you know, we got the guy to go away. He'd probably take this time to go and snoop on that journal, I'm guessing. Our fairy friend.
Yeah. I mean, I think Nocturna could probably do it too if that was the case as well.
So, I just know that Nocturna, looked at TB to watch over. So. Hope everything's okay. All I
Alright,
saw
gonna
he
do it
posted
again.
about
Yes.
emergency.
While Ruin is trying to care for the sick guy, I'm seeing if I can sneakily check out his shit.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
All right. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You get that?
Yeah. As Rulin's attention is kind of geared more towards what's going on with Remar, you just kind of casually walk towards the front of the door and then sort of gesture as if you're, fastening your boot. And just sort of reach across the way and slide the journal out from underneath the cot.
Excellent.
As Rulin kind of looks the dwarf over, he sort of uncomfortably reaches over and lifts Remar's eyelids and looks at his eyes and says, I may be able to concoct something that might help, but I'm gonna have to gather herbs.
What sort of herbs do you need?
Well, Wistwort mostly. I know of a spot along the road, just probably a mile to the west of here. I could find some, and I can go out and get them. You don't have to trouble yourself.
No. I will accompany you. I'm quite fitted for this weather.
Sure. All right. Well, if that's the case, then let's I'd say just be ready to leave in about 20 minutes, if that works.
Yep. I'm ready now. Let's go.
Okay.
Beaver, hope you do it.
All right. And then all right, is anybody else heading out with you, or are you just going with Rulin by yourself?
If anyone wants to join me, they can join me. But yeah, I was just gonna go by myself.
So while we're going, I want to have the fairy check out as much of his stuff or I guess I'm still reading the journal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess I'm not going.
Okay.
All this conversation's going on by like the bedside where me and the other guy are laying down, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get up. Can't have you going out alone. I'll go with.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, that shouldn't be a problem.
Well, hold on. I mean, if we really don't need to go, we don't need to go. But do you need assistance?
Fine. This is fine. We can go with.
I mean, I don't really need assistance, and if I'm being honest, I move quicker on my own. It shouldn't take me more than an hour to gather what I need.
Beaver.
All right. If it's gonna mean you're gonna be faster, then just go. We'll just hang out here then. I was just trying to help.
Busy.
Yeah, and as he
So in this case, I'm gonna put the journal back, and I wanna follow him.
Okay, make me one more stealth check.
All right, give me 1 sec.
Okay. You just kind of quickly, as Rulin turns around and starts making his way back, you just sort of drop the journal on the floor and kick it back under the cot, and he sort of nods at you as he walks past, and you can see him kind of loading up his gear and then throwing on his sort of warm clothes, and he heads out from the longhouse. Is anyone going to join you in following him?
No, I'm gonna go by myself. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume nobody has as good a stealth as I do. So I think I should go alone.
Okay. Then go ahead and give me one of those stealth rolls now.
Coming right up.
Okay. All right. He heads out from the longhouse, and he sort of starts to make his way towards the town wall. And as he does, he kind of starts to look around and kind of gauge the perimeter a little bit. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
Okay. You can see as he starts to kind of scan the area around him, his eyes sort of start to glance behind him, and as his head sort of starts to pan in your direction, you just sort of drop behind a barrel. And he kind of continues to just kind of scan, apparently missing you, and begins to make his way along the actual town wall towards a spot where it meets up with the actual cliffside, sort of flanking Hundlestone from behind. And it's sort of a ways away from the longhouses and really most of the primary areas of the town altogether. And you can see him sort of crouch down and start to kind of mess with something on the ground. And after a few moments, you see him stand back up again. And at this point, he starts making his way towards the main gate. And
So
after
I'm heading to the main gate to leave the town, or am I heading to the main gate to come back into town?
to leave the town. He's still in the town right now.
All right, gotcha.
And within a few moments, he's talking with the town watch, and he's kind of discussing with them. And after a few minutes of conversation, the main gate is opened, and he begins to make his way out along the road. And as you sort of approach and follow behind, you can see the town watch is starting to close the gates once more.
Yeah, I tried to slip out like as they're closing the gates, and I guess assume that the town watch know what I'm doing. They know I'm about official business, right?
Yeah. I'd say you could make an acrobatics check, or you can try and engage one of them if that's your preference. Your call.
I just kind of want to give them like an official nod and kind of tip of the hat, like.
Okay.
I'm kind of both sort of.
Sure.
You know, I'm trying to slip out, but I'm also making eye contact. Like, you know, I'm doing my thing.
All right.
Kinda.
As you do, one of them takes notice of you and kind of like elbows the other guy, sort of pulling on the chains, and they kind of stop for a brief second and let you pass without incident, and then they continue, kind of closing the main gate.
Perfect.
And at this point, you now head out into the wilderness. The blizzard is going on unrelented. It's about midday at this point, and you can see Rulin sort of heading out at quite a fast pace ahead of you. And he seems to be following his way out along the road. And it doesn't take long. About 20 minutes, he kind of gets to roughly about a mile outside of Hundlestone. And you can see him sort of look around and make his way towards a tree nearby. And as he crouches down, you can see him kind of pull a little shovel, and he kind of starts to dig up a little bit of snow and dirt. And after about 15 minutes of laboring, he kind of finishes up and starts looking around at some of the shrubs surrounding the tree, and you can see him just starting to pull leaves.
So he was digging before he started to pull leaves?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just kind of make note of where that tree was, you know, where he was digging, you know, where that is. And, you know,
Okay.
continue to observe and, you know, keep my cover.
All right. And as you
Can I make an insight check to just see if I get any kind of impression that he's like bullshitting, you know, like that he's actually
sure, if you
on?
like.
I mean, yeah.
As you start to observe him, you start to realize he's taking extra long to do some of these things. It almost seems as though he's cognitive of the fact that someone is looking for him, and he's trying to make sure that he does the pantomime sort of long enough so that anyone watching would be able to kind of keep abreast of his activities. He doesn't look as secretive as you would expect him to be.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I fucking.
Right.
Welcome back.
No worries, man.
Ah, yes, very welcome. Much wow.
So, I don't know if we can retcon this at all, but before I left, I wanted to have the fairy kind of rummage through his stuff before, you know, while we're gone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure,
All right.
whose stuff am I rummaging through?
Rulin, our prime suspect.
Consider his stuff rummaged.
Okay. TV, you start to kind of look through, you know, what Rulin keeps at his bedside. His pack is fairly empty. There's a change of clothes. There's his journal under his cot, and for the most part, there's little else of interest. There's a mess kit, a bit of rope, but little else of actual note.
I want to peruse his journal real quick and just kind of skim through it and if anything's out of place as far as if it's written in code or if it like makes sense as far as like, you know what I'm saying? Like if he's documenting what's going on in the building and it actually says like what's going on in the building, or if it says something weird like the Flufflekins have sex with the Boombops. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As you open it up, you notice just a whole bunch of gobbledygook. And I would say, as you kind of read through it, you can make an intelligence check.
Right. And
Yeah. Um.
What languages do you speak?
Gobbledygook?
I promise you don't speak this one. Unless you do happen to know Thieves' Cant.
I sure don't.
Yeah. You do, however, notice that there is sort of a structure and a logic to a lot of the, you know, absolutely ridiculous statements being made here. What it is, you can't tell, but you're fairly certain whatever is written in here is probably something significant. You just don't know what.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take this journal, stick it in my pack as evidence.
Okay. And then
So catch me up real quick. What is everybody else doing then? Is everybody still in the longhouse, or am I just here alone?
everybody's in the longhouse, with the exception of Nocturna. The party basically convinced Rulin to go out and look for some herbs in order to make a salve that might help Remar's fever go down. And so he left to find some herbs to do that, and Nocturna basically decided to follow him. And that's when you decided to go looking through Rulin's stuff.
So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to be sitting on his bed waiting for him with his journal on my lap when he comes back. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to investigate the entirety of his area and look for any sneaky hiding spots or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation. Yeah. This is it's a very tidy spot. This man seems to be a meticulous clean freak. There's very little to make inference off of, outside of the fact that it is just so well kept. However, there are no scraps of food. His mess kit seems to be pristine, very much after each use. Most of his gear is rather old, secondhand, possibly even third-hand. Sort of ridiculously old in the case of some of these things. Like, this man clearly is very frugal with his tools, or that's what the contents of his pack would have you believe.
Very interesting.
I don't like this guy. Something about him just like screams, "It's Jason Bourne."
I can understand that.
All right, well then I will settle myself onto his cot with his journal, and I'll attempt to. Is there anything you can do to try and break Thieves' Cant without knowing Thieves' Cant? Is there like any role where spending enough time I could code break it?
I speak the Thieves' Cant.
Oh.
Just yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you would have told specifically like what you learned earlier to him before you took off, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I'm telling him to search his stuff, I would say that basically that journal. I don't know how much time I actually had to say this to you, but basically the journal's talking about, people being marks, and it just sounds like he's, staking out the place essentially. I just kind of skimmed it. I didn't really get much time to read it. And you kind of, even if you speak the thieves' cant, it takes like 4 times longer to actually get the information. So I need to spend a little more time with it. But I would say you probably don't want to tip him off that we're on to him. So we should probably try and leave his space the way he left it, and I can try and steal the journal later.
I could try
Um,
making a copy of a few pages real quick.
Yeah, or that too. That'd be good. Starting from the most recent pages, moving back.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do I have? Hold on. I have jeweler's tool.
I can provide you with parchment.
I don't have anything to write with.
I can provide that.
Wait, I have tinker's tools. Tinker's tools should have a pen in it, right? I have thieves, tinkers, jewelers, and
I got map making stuff, so
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I will borrow. I will borrow some map making stuff from Rackham. Yeah, Rackham, and I will make
Oops.
a disguise kit.
Make a disguise kit out of map making stuff.
Hey, my map
Alright.
start off disguise.
All right. Go ahead and why don't you give me a sleight of hand check? This is basically going to determine how many pages you're able to copy inconspicuously. Okay. You get 3.5 pages sort of copied down by the time, people start shuffling and moving around, and you're kind of fairly convinced that you're not going to be too incognito about this much longer. And you kind of like replace the journal and kind of make your way back with that paper. It's at this point, Nocturna, you notice Rulin finishes gathering enough leaves and makes his way, back towards Hundlestone itself. Why don't you give me a fresh stealth check?
Everything was returned exactly.
Except for that speck of dust.
Ah!
That speck of dust has been moved.
I left some fairy sparkles behind on a pillow. AKA, I shit on.
That's terrible. Terrible.
Ganlin strikes again.
And then Nick, I don't know if you heard me or not.
Maybe not. What did I miss?
Oh, Rulin sort of finishes picking leaves, and at this point he turns around and starts making his way back to Hundlestone. Why don't you give me a fresh stealth check for following him back?
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
No, sorry.
Sorry, I did
No,
miss
no worries.
that. Let's try and not roll a 4 this time. There we go.
Okay. At this point, Rulin starts moving rather quickly. And about another, 15 to 20 minutes, you're back once again at Hundlestone and at the Longhouse.
Okay. Basically, I'd follow him back to the city gates, and once he gets to the city gates, and I'm sure he's actually gone in and the gate has closed, I'm not gonna follow him into the city. I'm gonna go back to that place where he was digging.
Okay.
And
All right.
dig that up.
All right.
But before I do any digging there, I want to kind of check the area, smell, sight, anything I can kind of see. Is there does it look like there's a lot of foot traffic here? Does he come here frequently?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
The wind is blowing heavily. The snow is coming at you almost sideways. The only footprints you can see in this deep snow, and it's up to your knees at this point, is basically what Rulin's recently left and what you have left as well.
Okay.
It's difficult to really get any sort of idea as to, who could have been here within the last week, even.
Yep. Okay. All right. So then, yeah, I'll try and dig around and see if I can figure out what he was doing.
Okay. Give me, I don't know, one more. Give me an investigation check. All right. You dig. The thing is, there's a lot of dirt mingled in with the snow here, and it's difficult to determine where the hell he could have dug this hole. However, you don't find anything of actual consequence after at least a half hour of digging at this point. There doesn't seem to be anything substantial.
Okay. Can I try and spend another half an hour?
Yeah.
All right. A new check or?
Yeah, give me
still-
another investigation check. All right.
My dice ran out of juice. They were doing good for a while.
At this point, your fingers are starting to get pretty cold. The weather is bad. You seem to recall as you were leaving one of the town watch telling you that your tauntaun will freeze before you reach the first marker, and you realize this is
Nice.
this is likely starting to become an actuality. You don't know how much longer you can spend out here in this cold before really risking life and limb at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I'll head back.
Okay. For the rest of you, you see Rulin return to the longhouse, but you don't see Nocturna. All right, 1 second.
You son of a bitch.
That's the best joke ever.
Lukewarm. While they were gone, I would have went back to skinning the rest of that pelt.
Okay.
And I'll just make a mental note that Nocturna didn't return. I won't engage or anything like that when he walks by.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a survival check. And go ahead and give me a deception check as well.
So it's an 11 for that one and a 5 for the deception.
Okay. You watch Rulin walk by and you kind of like deliberately just kind of keep your eyes down on your work. Unfortunately, the act of trying to seem like you're not, the act of trying to seem like you're engrossed in your work is actually causing you to do very poor work. You're able to finally kind of get the hide cleaned up and free of any remaining pieces. It's not great, but at the end of the day, it's a warg's hide, so it didn't look that great to begin with either.
One thing I did want, I meant to ask, but I forgot to. So, when dressing the warg and whatnot, did it have any kind of flags adorning it, riding gear, stuff like that, that would have any kind of symbols as to what tribe this goblin pack was from? Or scars, burn marks like that?
No such identifying marks.
Okay.
The saddle was pretty rudimentary, and let's just say the leather worker was no master.
Ah, perfect. So in the trash it went. Yes, wonderful.
Go on.
And then, so if I end up finishing up, once I finish up the hide and whatnot, I'll just wrap it up. I'll bring it over to the guy that's in charge of Longhouse 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, look, I don't have time to tan this. We're going to be leaving soon. Use it for, you know, whoever needs a blanket or turn it into a cloak or whatever. I don't have means for it. I don't know what it's worth out here, but thanks for giving us this lodging.
And Bayamar, accepts it, and he kind of looks it over, and he goes, "Jesus, what is this? Why does it smell like a goblin's taint?"
I mean, because a goblin's taint was writing on it before. I
Oh,
don't know. Burn,
well,
burn some
it's
incense underneath it for a while. I don't know. It'll go away, but it'll keep somebody warm in this winter.
yeah, it's the thought that counts. Thank you.
I'll go lay back down.
All right. About half hour after Rulin returns, you see Nocturna make her way back into the longhouse.
I surreptitiously wave Nocturna over. I'll sneak. Very unsneak. Hey, Nocturna, come here!
It is exactly like that.
Alright, well, as she approaches, I attempt to give her the papers. The attempt, because the dice roll is probably going to fall on my... One more sleight of hand, one more sleight of hand.
No. You can just hand it to her. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Nocturna, as you're handed these pages, you spend a few minutes reading them, and as you look them over, you see a few words that likely are meant to refer to Spaldi's axe. And you can also see a few spots that make note of your arrival here in the Longhouse, and you can see that a very specific phrase stands out as sort of denoting the intent to make the move on the axe on the date noted as of last night.
Okay. That he personally was going to do it, or somebody else was going to do that?
The handwriting is all the same, which means it's likely all the same person. You're fairly certain whoever wrote this is probably acting alone.
Okay. Do I see... I keep forgetting his name.
Rulin?
Ruin? Yeah, is he back in the longhouse?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay, perceptions.
Okay. As you look up, you can see Rulin appears to just be sitting back and has gone back to kind of writing and observing in his journal.
Okay. And are we all gathered in the longhouse?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well,
I make eye contact with Nocturna, and I heft my crossbow, and I flash straight up into...
Yeah, well, I guess we're doing this.
Well, I mean, you can always try and follow him stash spot instead of
Yeah, I mean,
dumping him.
that's kind of what I was thinking, is trying to actually catch him red-handed with more than the journal, because, I mean, really all we've got is, right now, is my ability to translate the journal, which is, it's something. I mean, we probably can bust him, but we maybe don't get the axe back.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I think let's keep observing for a little bit.
I'm gonna stay hidden up in the rafters. I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
Yeah, let's try and keep an eye on him for a bit and go about our business.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask I don't know, one of our people if they can go back to the mayor and see if they can provide any information about any other incidents that happened in any of the other longhouses, like specifics around that. And also while they're there, and I try and, the first part I, kind of, sort of out in the open, nothing secret about that, but then also try and, kind of under the table have them tell the mayor that we may have a suspect, and to kind of catch him up on what we know so far.
Okay. I'll just kind of condense that down. Essentially, the information returned from the mayor is that they really weren't able to document or determine a specific time of day when these incidents in the other longhouses happened. Suffice to say that it was by the time it was discovered, the perpetrator either wasn't there or had done a decent enough job of covering their tracks. It's very difficult to determine when the thefts in the other longhouses may have taken place. In fact, they weren't even able to determine if they happened overnight or during the day. Beyond that, the mayor also acknowledges the potential suspect, and essentially responds by saying he'll keep the watch, sort of paying close attention to Longhouse 3 overnight, and just kind of make sure that there are folks stationed nearby in the event that it's necessary.
Perfect. That sounds good. Yeah, and table talk mostly. I just wanted to do that because I want to keep the appearance of us continuing the investigation and going about our business while we're,
I would say go ahead and make a deception check.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right. Okay. The day sort of continues to go on, and you sort of continue your pantomime of, keeping up your investigation. Pretty soon, it passes into afternoon, which passes into evening. Folks start cooking their dinner. The ruffians, start tearing into their drink a little more voraciously at this time of day. Bayamar kind of sits and kind of carves his sort of whittles away at his woodwork, and Svaldi seems to be getting a bit more tense, and Clea's kind of working towards keeping him calm. as your investigation goes on. For the most part, Rulin kind of tucks into his rations. He then cleans up his utensils and this sort of thing, and puts them neatly back into his backpack again. As for the rest of you, I would say the stew is enough to go ahead and keep you from having to use your rations today. But I will say, everybody who's going to use stew instead of using a ration, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm going to
before-
use one of my rations because I'm in this.
Before that, did enough time pass during the daytime for me to lose my exhaustion?
Yeah, I would say you could spend some time napping, essentially.
Okay. And then before eating the stew, is it possible to use cooking utensils or cooking knowledge to find out, is it wise to eat this or not?
Yeah, I would say when you wake up from your nap, that's kind of the first question you ask yourself. But as you kind of sit up and begin making your kind of looking towards the soup, you notice that Nocturna and Jug have already started tucking into it.
Oh, well. Okay. I'll come.
Nocturna, you've eaten worse, but you can't remember when. Jug, your stomach is really starting to bug you.
Oh God.
Got the bubble guts.
With that notion, I would like to, softly put my hand up, and I'll be like, that's my bad. I guess that only lasts for, maybe half a day. Why don't I go find something a little more hospitable to eat? And actually, you know what? I'm not gonna waste the time. Here, just have a ration. And I feel bad, and I'll go throw the stew out, and then I'll eat a ration of my own.
I mean, I would say Nocturna and Jug, you don't have to eat a ration. You've essentially eaten, even though it's not agreeing with you, Jug. The rest of you, I would say, eat a ration. It's not so much that the soup didn't keep. It's more that warg meat is particularly wild.
Booty.
And
it's a learning. I mean, I've cooked some things. Just learning what I can. My bad, guys. And I make a little note in my little cooking journal. Warg stew, good for a night only.
if that, in
Like
parentheses.
that, what's that
If
anime
that.
about eating the monsters in the dungeon?
Oh, that's
Delicious
where
in
I
dungeon.
took this from.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with this.
Nice.
All right, and as dinner time kind of starts to wrap up, some folk kind of start spending their downtime sitting around conversing, drinking, playing instruments, that sort of thing. Eventually, evening progresses into night, and folks start to wind down. Bayomar kind of approaches all of you and says, "Do you have some sort of plan?"
I'm not there. I can't. Buddy.
I don't think
No,
I'm there
do we?
either. I think I'm with Raymer.
You're with everybody, so that's where everybody is right now.
I see.
Of course, asking y'all a question, y'all just staring at him like, huh? And for what?
Well, what did you guys find out? Like, we're watching this guy, but like, did he get the herbs for the old man?
Yeah, and actually, after a little bit, he brought over a very rudimentary sort of greenish sort of paste, and told you to spread it on Remar's chest.
All right, Remar, we're gonna get a little personal here. Don't worry about it.
All right, and Remar kind of like uncomfortably sort of sits up, and his cough sounds like it's starting to get a bit worse. And he says, "No, I really do appreciate you helping me out like this. I've never had to deal with something like this on the road, at least not in a long time. And it just means a lot having people I can count on. Thank you."
You're welcome.
Uh,
I like your money.
Not people.
I'm not a people.
Go ahead and just make a quick medicine check for Kratos.
Well, that's not gonna go well. Does anyone want to help me out?
Can't. I'm not there.
I think I can.
I think I can. I think I can.
Do you,
Because
do you have the
Yeah, go
medicine
ahead.
ability?
If you want to do it instead, Jug, that's just fine.
that'd be much better than my -1.
There we go.
All right. You start spreading this across his chest, and you kind of take some of this stuff in your hand, and it's not very aromatic. Do you happen to have a herbalism skill?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be nature?
Medicine's good enough here.
Okay.
Usually these types of salves, typically have something fragrant, kind of, cause dilation of the, bronchial tubes and the nasal passages. There's nothing really fragrant about this. In fact, it has no smell whatsoever. And, rangers aren't, doctors by any means. In fact, they're sort of the, they're sort of the rudimentary combat medics of the natural world. So, maybe they know something you don't, or maybe, either way, it's just a bit strange. And at this, Remar just sort of thanks you and sort of pats both your hands as he lays back down and, drifts back off to sleep. Moments later, Bayamar finally approaches and he says, "Well, do you have a plan this evening, or is there anything I can help with, or should I just tend to not take note of anything going on?"
Honestly, just help keep an eye on the old man if he gets worse. Try and let us know if we're not around. Also, keep an eye out for any fishy shit. I don't want.
Yeah, of course, I can do that.
I'll be doing the same. So, just let me know if you see anything.
All right, and at this, Bayamar kind of makes his way towards his own tent, and everybody else kind of starts to drift off to sleep. I would say anybody who wants to can make a perception check.
I will do that.
And we get.
And then there's me.
Yeah.
And then there's Kratos.
Kratos, you kind of start running your finger around the inside of the stew pot, and at which point,
No.
No.
You can
This
tell me to
made
do
me
anything
sick
else, but I will
before.
not eat org.
you're just trying to see how the broth tastes. It's not so much the warg itself.
No, yeah, okay.
Rackham just kind of slaps your hand and says, "Don't. I just told you it's no good. You know." As this happens,
I look him dead in the face and I say, I drink fermented goat's milk.
Well, I mean, if you're at least clean it.
We
After-
drink rams.
Alright,
the rest of you, however, notice that Rulin is still awake as everybody else is going to sleep, and you can see he's just kind of writing in his journal as everybody else sort of falls asleep. And as the night kind of starts to progress, he does kind of finally look up and notice all of you are still awake, and begins to make his way over to chat. And he says, "How's the old dwarf doing?"
It's a great question. How is the old dwarf doing?
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
God damn it, why am I doing this? I'll take it.
His condition is worsening. The coughing is interrupting his sleep quite a bit more, and the coughs are really kind of starting to rumble from deeper spots within his chest cavity. It's a noticeable noise, and it's becoming an unsettling noise every time it happens. At which point Rulin kind of looks down and says, "Well, yeah, you may need an actual healer pretty soon here.
That's good.
I'm afraid there isn't a great deal I can do to help. Do you need someone to stay up and keep an eye on him while the rest of you sleep, or what?"
Yes.
I mean,
Make sure he doesn't stop breathing.
I can handle that. Why don't I go ahead and just gather some more herbs quick before before you guys turn in. Can you wait an hour?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. All right, and he kind of makes his way over to his bed, and you can see him put his warm clothes on, and he grabs his pack and throws that over his back and everything, and opens the main door of the longhouse out into the blizzard and begins to depart.
As soon as I heard him say, "Go collect the leaves," I slipped through one of those vents in the rooftop, and I began hovering above the rooftop, waiting for him to exit. Follow him at whatever maximum distance I can be from him in the snow, and still just barely make him out.
Okay. Visibility is not great, so I would say go ahead and give me a perception check. Okay. You're able to make him out by about keeping him about 50 feet of distance between yourself and him. Go ahead and give me... What's that?
20 feet back, 30 feet up.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check then. I'll give you advantage as well, seeing as it's dark.
Oh, I meant to do that. I don't have the roll with advantage. Damn, I am not stealth.
Okay. Okay. All right. You can see him making his way out towards the main gate. His conversation with the town watch is taking quite a bit longer at this point. And you can see several more of the town watch have kind of made their way over. The argument taking place is essentially that the mayor isn't allowing anyone to leave the city or the town at night without a liaison or an escort, essentially. Rulin begins to argue essentially that, I've done this plenty of times. You guys have let me do this plenty of times. Obviously, I'm not like everyone else. And as this conversation kind of goes on, eventually the town watch relents and allows him to leave without a chaperone. As such, he heads out.
Can I follow him?
Yep. Go ahead and give me a perception check first.
Motherfucker's leaving and he ain't coming back. He didn't take his pack with him last time he went to...
Does he have his pack with him this time?
Sure does.
Perception.
Okay. All right. And then finally, just give me a stealth check. You should have advantage on this because it's night.
Oh,
so.
Thank you. Yep.
So, are either
And
of you
also,
telling
didn't we-
any of the group before you do this, by the way? Or are you just leaving?
Yeah. No, I'm telling him what we do. But didn't we tell the mayor that we were he was the main suspect? I mean, isn't he the main person that they would not be wanting to leave?
Yeah, and that's why the watch was kind of harassing him at the door, essentially saying no one's allowed to leave without a chaperone. However,
He
just
convinced him.
player knowledge, I did the rolls out, and he was able to convince them
Yeah.
to let him go. So
He rolled a 20 on his persuasion. All right.
do that well, but he did well enough for the guards.
Yeah. Cool. Nope, that's fine. That's
all right.
Fortunately, I had advantage, and
I will say, what do the rest of you want to do?
I mean, I'd kind of notion if you're going, excuse me, if you're going to actually fight him, should we follow along a couple minutes after?
yeah, I think that's probably what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I would say you guys should probably try and follow me, but like far enough back, try and stealth me and I'll stealth him kind of thing. And maybe I'm guessing probably the fairy's got the best stealth out of everybody besides me.
No, my stealth is not great. I'm relying on being above him, basically.
Yeah, well, I guess that's what I'm thinking is like at least you're not making noise on the ground kind of shit. So, Nick, how does that work? Like, does he get advantage on his stealth rolls?
Well, you both did because it's night. Sneaking around is easier to do at night, right? Really the thing about it is that, it's for the purpose of the rules, seeing as he's got a flying speed, he's also in the middle of a blizzard, right? So there are a few factors working against him here as well. So I'm not really putting anything special into it under these circumstances, just basically stating that those difficulties of wind and having to try and keep an eye on him while trying to fly and everything through that wind just kind of evens out with some of the with the same difficulties that you're having to do. The advantages kind of even out with the disadvantages.
That makes sense. But if he's following me and I'm following him, he's even less likely to be seen by Rulin because he's even farther. He doesn't even have to stay inside of Rulin. He's just got to stay inside of me, right?
Yeah, I think eventually he was kind of the first one to kind of set out and start following Rulin. So I think, the pair of you are sort of tracking him separately at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and if he thinks it's just me, he's likely to be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna set an ambush and fuck this ferry up."
Yeah, okay. So then the rest of the crew just follows me.
Yeah. Follow
Okay.
follow
All
the
right.
kitty
Yep.
footprints.
That
of
makes
the snow.
sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then really, I'm gonna need the rest of the crew to make a perception check.
Fuck.
Long as one of you
Are
can
they
find
gonna have to beat my stealth?
No.
I mean,
you're not
I'm
using
gonna
fast mode,
follow.
right?
I would like to follow the kitty paw prints in the snow.
Yeah,
Yes,
and that's really
yeah.
that's all I'm basing this on. But yeah, okay. Rackham, the snow is it's getting blown around everywhere, and you're having a hard time kind of keeping your eyes on the prize. However, Jug and Kratos are able to point you in the right direction, and they're keeping an eye on Nocturna's footsteps. You can see them sort of leading towards the main gate, and as you approach, you can see the town watch sort of take note of you and just begin to open the gate at the sight of you. And at this point, you now make your way out into the evening. One moment, please. All right. TB, you're following from above.
Yep.
Nocturna, you're following at a distance from the ground, and everyone else is following Nocturna's footsteps. It's very, very cold tonight, and the snow has still continued completely unabated. For most of you, the snow is now pretty much up to your waist, meaning this is all essentially difficult terrain moving through the snow here. That, of course, is not the case for Kratos, who really, the snow is kind of up to his knees at this point and isn't really bothering him too much.
I like.
Rulin sets out from the road from Hundlestone until it tees with the main road. At this point, you've been following for nearly a half an hour.
About time to end.
He's traveled past by where he went to go get the herbs, right? Like
He's at that point right now.
Oh, okay.
And at this point, he's now taking the main road of the northern means south from here.
He's trying to run. Alright. I'm gonna fly within range, and I'm gonna hit him with my free cast of Fairy Fire. Motherfucker ain't going nowhere.
Okay. I'm guessing he's gonna make some sort of save.
Sure does. Is it? It is.
Dexterity saving throw. Alright, what's your spell save DC?
15. Which seems low. I have a 20 intellect. We are level 1 though.
He makes the save, but as soon as the spell sort of triggers, he almost immediately rolls and begins to turn around and look. At which point he's going to make a perception check. I would say, TB, you can make a stealth check with disadvantage. Or you can just make a regular stealth check. Nocturna, you can make a stealth check with advantage.
Oh. Oh, haha. I'm so shiny.
You said with advantage?
Yes. All right. At this point, you can see as soon as he takes notice of you, TV, he starts to run.
Oh, it's on, bitch. You don't want to run from me.
Give me just a moment. I'm going to set up the map. I need just 5 minutes here.
Well, goddamn, I was really hoping this guy was gonna, you know, not be a total dick and help us, heal our captain, but I may have naively poisoned our captain.
I mean, I don't think that's.
I think it's more likely he just grabbed some random leaves and chewed them up and ate
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I don't think he's an herbalist of any sort. I mean, he
Yeah,
might be a
well,
ranger, but like he just
he's
did
at
what he
least
did and he's leaving.
yeah, he's at least a thief. He might be a ranger and a thief, but he's definitely a thief if he knows the thieves can't.
But like, I mean, he just seems like he's keeping a low profile and was trying to slip out.
All right. So here's the story. I'm going to go ahead and move us to the combat map. Right now, essentially, Nocturna and TV have caught up to Rulin. Everyone else is presumed to be 60 feet behind Nocturna. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a moment here.
Ian, how tall are you?
Hashtag tall.
I'm gonna go ahead and put everybody else's tokens on the map so you can see. But you are presumably 60 feet behind everyone else.
I'm 7'1", Tom.
Oh, okay.
All right, and then yeah, everyone can go ahead and roll. Roll initiative.
Which way is he running from me right now?
He'd be running. He's running to the northwest from you right now.
Northwest.
Sorry, northeast. Northeast. My bad.
Man,
So you
killed
meant
it.
west. Said west.
No, northeast. Northeast.
Where's the initiative again? I can't find it.
It'll be on the top center of your character sheet.
In between speed and armor class.
Yeah, give me 1 sec here. I can. Oh, you got it. Okay. All right, so we've got TV.
I'm working on it. Sorry, 1 second. I accidentally made everything huge and then made everything small, and it just fucked everything up. I'll take that.
Look at you. Look at you. All right. Okay. Top of the round then is Nocturna. Nocturna, you can see a spell go off just over Rulin's shoulder, just barely missing him, and he turns around and takes note of something behind him, sort of to the west of you, and he looks like he's getting ready to run.
All right. Well, shit.
Super dash kitty.
took one level of monk.
I wish I could take a level of 2 different classes at first level, but I haven't gotten that far yet. No, I got my tabaxi speed, so I could move 100 feet if I wanted to this round.
Oh, and that reminds me.
Or not 100 feet, 60 feet. Sorry, not that fast yet.
Let's see here. Let's see here. It is not daylight.
Oh yeah.
That's not.
And it's been a while. Remind me on action orders. I can attack and then move, right?
Yep, you can do. You don't have. There isn't a sequence to any of those. You can use half
Okay.
your movement, attack, and then use the other half. It's all gravy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Ask your question first.
Now that it's no longer daytime, I am just in a sea of total darkness.
Yeah.
How the hell did I follow this guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
He
I
ain't
should have
carrying-
probably put some thought into that.
He ain't carrying a torch or nothing.
He is not.
You don't have.
I mean, somewhat moonlight, I'm guessing, throughout
It's
the night,
it's a
even though it's a
blizzard.
blizzard.
Yeah. So if it's a blizzard, there's clouds. There's no moonlight. No
Yeah, it's
starlight.
dark as shit.
Yeah.
You know, for this part, I didn't put a lot of thought into that particular
He could
portion.
smell
We're
him.
just gonna say, you got lucky. All right.
Okay.
Technically, I did let him make his stealth check with advantage, and your perception check did still beat that. So, I'm not feeling too bad about the lack of advanced science here.
Okay.
Life finds a way.
Yeah. We got to cut Nick some slack. Our last campaign that we did together, the entire party had dark vision, so it was kind of a.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll take a shot. Whoops! Fuck. 13.
Let's
Pick
see
up
here.
that advantage.
13 will miss, unfortunately.
All right.
Wait a minute, didn't you cast Fairy Fire, Jared?
I
He
did.
missed.
No.
Missed.
You missed.
Although it would have lit up anything else that happened to be, if there was any rocks or trees or anything in that 20-foot
Does
square.
it work on inanimate objects?
It sure does.
Oh, okay.
So then you should be able to see him then, right? Because he'd be standing next to something that was lit up, right?
Okay.
20-foot
Let me see what I can do.
Objects. Anything that's an object.
All right, let me see here.
Jesus. So now we're just looking at tree line and fluorescent snowflakes everywhere.
Pretty much.
Take it or leave it.
It's
I
like
like
a
it.
fucking fucked up rave going on in here.
All right, hang on. Something. Right here, I'm just gonna put this thing here. How much bright light does it emit?
20-foot cube, each feature of the area outlined. Okay, for the duration, objects and affected creatures a dim light and a 10-foot.
Got it. All right. Don't ask me to do this every time this spell fails on you. This is a one-time thing.
So you think.
We'll put a roll in on this, maybe. But all right. Anything else for Nocturna's turn?
No, that's gonna be Nocturne's turn.
All right, Kratos. The move is now yours. You are 60 feet behind Nocturna. If you take a dash, you can catch up to where your character is on the map right here.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Let me see here. So I have this.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, I can see within 10 feet of me in total darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So can I get some a little sight range?
Oh yeah, no problem. Da, da, da.
Wait up.
How's that?
All right, that's good. That's good. All right. All right. So I have to go around this fucking rock here.
Yeah, and if you had to dash, what's your movement speed?
Just 30 average.
All right.
So
So yeah, it took your action to get here, so you don't have any movement left.
Well, he you said he wasn't impeded, right?
Yeah, that's still 60 feet. It's gonna take you guys
Oh.
2 turns to get here.
Okay.
yeah. So if I can still dash though, move another 30 feet.
Nope, you dash
Oh
to get
no.
here.
Okay. That's all right. Well then, yeah, I'm spent.
Okay. All right, Jug. Essentially, you're gonna have to just tear ass through the snow, and it's gonna take you 2 turns to get caught up with everyone. So unless there's
Oh,
something else you want to do,
no. Get
all right,
running.
sounds good. Next up then is TB.
All right. If
TB, you are
I'm
not impeded by the snow.
if I'm reading this correctly, it does not take an action or a bonus action. I can just do it.
It says you then touch a tiny non-magical object as an action and
Where
give
does
it
it
one of the
say
following. So you've learned how to invest the spark of magic into mundane objects. To use this ability, you must have thieves' tools or artisans' tools in hand.
Oh,
You
as
then
an
touch a
action.
tiny.
Okay, I was
So,
trying to read it on my other monitor, and I just missed the as an action. Okay,
yeah, no worries.
that changes what I'm going to do then. All right, I am going to dash takes an. All right, I'm going to get 30 closer. I can't even see the square grid. Guessing.
Actually, I think it's here.
One
I
more
think.
over.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do and what I'm going to be able to do turn are two very different. I am going to use my ash. Do I want to glow or do I want him glow? I need some light.
You want to make him glow.
No, you wouldn't let me. Sorry, I had a plan in my head, but it's all fucked up because I fucking one word. Can I spells? That's not what I want. Ignore that. I was trying to click
Yeah, that's fine.
the thing that let me not cast it.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, I'm just gonna shoot him.
Okay.
Light crossbow. Disadvantage.
Are you able to see him?
I am able to see him.
All right. Then yeah. Then it should be just
Normal.
Yeah, I think so. 22 will hit.
Oh, pow. Yeah, bitch. Now we can follow the blood trail. You ain't getting nowhere.
All right. Anything else you want to do for your turn?
I don't have anything interesting I can do with a bonus action yet. So, no. I'm good.
Okay. All right then. Let's see here. He going to dash, but seeing as he's in deep snow, that's his regular movement. That's his dash, and then he's gonna dash again.
Fucking thief.
All right. And that is his move. Rackham. It's gonna be all your movement and dashing to get you halfway to the fight.
Okay. So, what is the action of lighting a crossbow bolt on fire? Is that an action? Is that a bonus action?
I believe they
need to
call
have a
that the dip.
Hold on. Do you already have to have a torch going to do so? Like,
Yeah,
what
it would be an
what do you
action
have
to
to
light
do?
a torch, essentially.
Uh-huh.
I would say if you put some prep time in and had like, a fire pit going or like a brazier going and had like dipped some arrows in oil and just kind of like dut, you could streamline it. But seeing
Okay.
as you're like running through the middle of the wilderness, it'd probably be an action to light a torch. It'd be a separate action to coat several arrows in oil. And then at that
Okay.
point you could light and fire.
In that case, I will take my movement so from where I am, I can see the lit up area where he was before he moved, right?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Slightly.
Okay, so
It's not very bright, is all.
right, but I could have seen a figure move out of that in the direction that it moved.
Yeah, I would say go ahead and make a perception check.
Where did my character sheet go? Come on.
Oh yeah, you know very well where he is.
Okay. Then I'll take my action after I move 30 feet up in the direction that he is moving. I'll
Mhm.
take my action, light a torch, and then I will use my.
There's just one thing I want to remind you of. The snow is like waist deep for you, so it's not 30
Yep.
feet you're moving, it's
Oh,
15.
yep, the 15. Yep, the 15.
Okay.
And
And then you're
then
lighting a
I'll
torch?
lighting a torch, and then
Okay.
I'll use second wind to move an additional 15 feet.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So then I'm the furthest up. I have a torch up, so that lights up. I don't know what the torch is for bright light and dim light, but perfect.
Yeah.
And then hopefully that helps the team. That's my turn.
All right then, Nocturna, the move goes to you.
All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, Nick. So let's talk about my movement. So I am 6'4" and a super agile cat. What does that do to me?
I mean,
I'm 6'1", and I have movement.
yeah. Let me.
So
Unless there's something specifically stating something that helps with your movement off your, I would say your movement is going to be the same as everybody else's in that regard.
Okay.
Feline agility, your reflexes and agility allow you to move with a burst of speed. When you move on your turn in combat, you can double your speed until the end of the turn. Once you
Yeah.
use this trait, you can't use it again until you move 0 feet on one of your turns. So
Yeah.
you can use that.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. But then you could also use your action to dash again and make that same distance.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to get caught up alone with him. I'm not close combat yet. Let's take another shot with an arrow.
Okay.
I already took
Um,
one pretty.
Who hit him?
I hit him for 10.
Oh, okay.
$18 will hit.
Alright.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that'll be it.
All right. Kratos, you are at your spot on the map currently.
Okay, let's see here. So I'm gonna move because this is the dude, right?
Nope.
Nope.
No, he's up here.
Yeah, okay. So,
A fairy fired.
okay. So, it's not difficult terrain for me, correct?
It's not for you, no.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna dash 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Oh, that's him, huh? Uh, shit, I can't do anything else. Yeah, I can. Wait, no, I don't have that yet, do I?
Wouldn't his giant ass move like make a trail for follow?
You'd think so. Fuck, I can't do anything else because that was my action and my bonus action, so that's gonna take my turn. He's gonna get away from me here.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's my economy. I can't do anything else.
All right. Jug, if you dash, you will get to right where you are currently on the map, right here.
Hey
By the end of
guys, finally made it.
your turn.
Welcome to the party, pal.
All right. TB, the move is yours.
All right, I'm gonna dash the air. Um, I can't actually see him, but I know he's up here somewhere. So if I take a shot, is it disadvantage? It's just
Well, if you
disadvantage.
dashed, you won't have the action to take the shot, though,
You're
right?
correct. How dumb am I?
This is why you guys pay me the big bucks.
And I still don't have anything fun to do with my
Big
bonus
bucks.
action. So, you sure it's not just like
Take
a
my
bonus
money.
action to light a torch since I'm flying? Could I just be like, torch?
No,
No,
no.
No, Mr.
no,
Griffin, no
Sorry,
here right
no,
now.
No.
no. Okay, then my turn's over.
All right. Let's see here.
No, Mr. Griffin, no here right
Run like a. Gotta be.
All right. That's his move. Rackham, the move is now yours.
I would like to use my movement upwards, and then I guess dash.
So there's your first
And-
bout of movement, and then right up next to Nocturna then.
Yep. Hey, look, I also made it. It doesn't have to be a dead body. That's my turn.
Or wait, I'm sorry. You're still back here. To do your dash, you're right now. You're right on parallel with Jug. Sorry,
Huh.
I didn't mean
I'll
to
tap
get your
Jug
hopes
on the
up like that.
shoulder. No, it's okay. I'll tap Jug on the shoulder. I also made it.
All right,
That's my turn.
all right, Nocturna, the move is yours.
Alright.
Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
Son of a biscuit.
Did you have a bonus action?
Well, I have druid crap. The bonus action. I thought druid craft was a bonus action.
Am I getting the right vision? I've got nothing past 60 feet.
What's your dark vision distance supposed to be for a tabaxi?
60 feet. But
So
it's
yeah,
it's 60 feet of bright light.
yeah. That means in
I think
darkness, it's what happens is you can see in dim light within 60 feet of you as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. So
oh, and I can't see past 60 feet. Yep, okay.
right.
Yep. Alright. That's my turn.
All right then, Kratos, the move is yours.
All right, so 5, 10. Oh dear God. 15. Oh good Lord. What did I
That
find?
was I was this map was going to be used for something else, and so it's
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I saw nothing. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Okay, I'm done.
all right. The move now goes to Jug. Jug, you are where you are on the map, and you can do stuff now.
Look at that. Alright, about how do I do the distance again?
There's a ruler tool on the left. And it's important to remember that right now, with the snow being as deep as it is, your movement is halved. So whereas you can normally move 30 feet, now you can only move 15.
Alright, I think. One second here, I gotta click over to my character sheet. Am I in range to do entangle? Can I fucking entangle this bitch as he tries to run?
If you can see him.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
what you can see is what you can see right now.
damn.
If you can't see anything, consider lighting a torch. But it's going to cost you your action.
Oh, he's next to me, so he's got the light. So
Oh, okay.
I see a
you know, kind
little.
of just motion to you. Just keep going. We gotta catch up.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm reading my shit, seeing if there's anything I can do to. Guess I'm just running a marathon.
Do you have
Through the
do you
snow.
have the light cantrip? Or is it a cantrip or a first level spell? The moat ball. The moat ball one.
That's dancing lights, right?
Yeah. Actually.
No, I do not.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you have the light cantrip, you could move forward as far as you can and then cast light on one of those trees up ahead of us, so that way it opens up that area so everybody can see in that area.
Yeah, all he's got is Druidcraft and Mending for his cantrips.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. That's cool. Just motion to you. Let's just keep on moving, buddy.
Yep. Forward. Charge.
All right. Do you want to move 15 feet up then? And then the question is, you can dash and get your full 30. That'll use your action, or you can light a torch if that's what you want to do as well.
Catch up. Full speed ahead.
All right. So you can move 6 squares forward, essentially.
Can you see that?
Yeah, but you want to go from your actual square, so it would be more like here if you
Put
were
me
gonna
like
dash.
in the middle of the two trees that I can kind of see, just on that kind of angle,
Like over here?
like right in
Oh, right
between
there?
here.
Okay.
But yeah, we're hitting that cut. As
All right.
close as I can get to there.
Yeah, that's as far as you can make it this round. So, all right then. The move goes to TB. J-Rod, you all right over there?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, I'm gonna use my action to light a torch.
Oh, okay. No problem.
He's dead.
Like not being able to.
All right. There you are, sir.
All right. All right, then I'm gonna fly. 5, 30. I see you, you son of a bitch.
I think that's me.
That's you. I see you, you son of a bitch. It's snowing. All I make out is a figure. You better hope I don't shoot at you. All
That's
right,
good.
that's my turn.
All right then.
Fuck to this. Oh, he got off the map, didn't he?
You might have.
Follow his footprints.
There should be blood in the snow. He's taking 2 arrows. He gotta be bleeding.
Yeah. Follow his tracks. Are we still in combat right now?
Yes.
Turn is
Yep, 1 second. All right. The move now goes to Rackham.
Alright, we're gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep, that's my turn.
Okay.
Big turn.
Nocturna, the move is yours.
Big turn.
All right. So, I'm just following his tracks. So,
Okay.
Is it-
Go ahead and give me a quick perception check. All right. The tracks go up in this direction.
all right.
there. There's his blood trail.
Sweet. All right. That's my turn.
All right. Kratos, the move is yours.
All right. Oh, I see it now. I was gonna use my survival skill to look for tracks or a trail of blood, but I kind of see it now.
Oh, that's Jared did that.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well then I would like to look for tracks or trail of
All right.
blood.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, I was gonna. Can I track it? Can I do it with survival for tracking or no?
I'd call this perception in this case. And do you have dark vision?
Well, no, I don't have dark vision. I have blind fighting, so it's I guess different.
Oh, but you probably can see off of Jared's torch right now, right?
Yeah, I can see a little bit.
Okay. Go ahead and make a regular perception check then.
Okay. Okay.
Ah, there's snow. Somewhere
There-
within the snow, there's probably tracks in this snow somewhere. You just got to keep combing through the snow. You'll find it eventually.
Yep. Sounds good. Thank you. Well, I guess. Fuck. I guess I'm just gonna go this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay. All right then. Anything else?
Nope.
You should dash. Use all
I
your movement.
I used my action to try and.
Nah, you don't. We'll call that a free action if you're doing
Oh,
a perception check. Yeah.
But all right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
Fuck. All right. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right then. Jug, the move is yours.
Alright, let's go. Can't see shit. I think I'm actually gonna light a torch
All right.
before I go running off.
Give me 1 sec. I'll get that ready for you. All right. There you go.
Alright, and then can I move too or no?
Yep. You still got. You can move 15 feet.
Let's go. I'm actually gonna try to. Let's go left.
Okay.
Like right
So we'll do 5,
to the left
10,
of the
15.
trees. Let's see. Let's see if I can.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That was my thought as well.
Let's see if I can't cut this fucker off.
All right. Anything else then? Otherwise, we're gonna move to TB.
I'm done.
TB, the move is yours.
Excuse me.
I would like to do a perception check to see if he went. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no worries. You got it. Give to me the perception check. Okay, quite perceptive. The tracks actually move sort of like this.
I have you now. I will dash.
Okay.
Uh, 30.
And you do, actually, as you round the corner, looking about, you notice a couple of things. First, that the tracks stop right here. Second, that there appears to be a figure hunched over under the tree brush here, sort of waiting hidden.
Well, he gonna keep waiting because at the end of my turn,
All right then.
I suppose I could holler out. Do I want to holler out?
Your choice.
I feel like he might be dumb enough to sit there for a turn if I don't holler. But if I holler, he's gonna run. Fuck it, I'm gonna holler. I yell out, I got him! Here!
All right. Then as you yell that, within moments, what to do? Gonna run out to here. He's gonna take a shot at Jug with his crossbow. Hitting armor class 25. Let's see here.
That's rude.
Yeah,
I think that misses, right?
sure doesn't.
Sheesh.
Oh shit. That was a damn nasty hit too.
Oh, no.
Max damage. Jug, you're gonna take 12 piercing damage.
Oh fuck.
Damn.
Damn, dude.
You out? Are you unconscious?
Yeah, I got
he is
10
down.
hit points.
He is unconscious.
Ow.
Man, you got bodied.
What the
Yeah,
fuck was that?
only
Thought
only
you
a
were
barbarian's
out.
gonna survive that.
I
A
would have.
fighter
I
with a
would have
high
lived.
con.
Yeah, I would have lived with one.
I would have
All
put me
right.
down.
That's gonna
So
put
do I-
him right
do I
here.
Do I put my current hit points down? -2?
Yeah. No, just put him down to 0. You never go negative. You only go 0.
Right.
All right, Rackham. The move is yours.
I'll move here to block any shots coming at him.
Okay.
Holler out. Jug is down. And then I'll take a shot.
Okay. Uh, 12 will miss, unfortunately.
Yep, just stand defensively in front of Jug and block any shot that comes in. That's all I'm trying to do. That's my turn.
All right then. Nocturna, the move is yours.
Right. So what is this trees? What happens if I try and move through here? Can I move through here, or do I have to go around it?
I can move you through it. They're basically set up as obstacles, but essentially you would be crawling and it would be difficult terrain to move through them. Which, considering everything else is difficult terrain, really wouldn't mess anything up for you too bad.
So it'd just be the same.
Yeah, essentially. But you'd get to move in a straight line. So yeah, like if you dashed, you could get to here.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
Okay. I'm gonna just put you right here then. It might look weird from in there, is all, but
Yeah, a bit.
alright. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Alright. Kratos, the move is yours.
All right. Well, here I go running again.
boy.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Alright. Anything else?
Hold on. Wait, no, that's dash. Nope, that's it.
Okay. Jug, go ahead and give me a death save. If you look on your character sheet, just under your current hit points, there's a box that says temporary hit points, and then under that there'll be a pair of boxes. The one on the left will say hit dice at the bottom, and the one on the right will say death saves. Just click that word death saves, and it'll make the roll for you. Alright, so that's a success, so you can click one tick in the success little ticker
Success.
there.
Success is good because if you get 3 failures, you're dead.
Someone save me.
Alright, TB, you are up.
My savior needs saving.
Alright. I
Return the
move
favor.
forward. I yell out, surrender or die, fool. And then, without actually giving him a chance to surrender, I'm gonna shoot.
Okay.
I like it.
Fuck. Almost
The
a
arrow
10.
misses. You can make an intimidation with disadvantage.
Wouldn't it be with advantage because that was a warning shot? I put one over his bow.
You can.
Oh.
I'll let you make a deception check.
Okay.
Without disadvantage by that logic.
Okay. Hold on. Cancel this. Deception. Wait, my deception's bad. Oh well.
He just kind of looks up at you and smirks. All right. Anything else?
No. That's it.
Okay. He's going to level his crossbow up at you and take a shot.
I'm tiny and it's windy. He ain't hitting shit.
You got that right. He actually falls prone. His bolt flies loose, just off willy-nilly into the sky.
Who's laughing now? Chuckle nuts.
And he can't get up out of the snow, honestly.
Help! I've
If you're falling prone in this snow, I'm gonna make you make a dex save just to be able to stand up again on this turn. Otherwise, you gotta waste an action to stand up, which is exactly what this guy did. This Joker did. So, Rackham, the move is yours.
Tomas?
Oh, I'm muted. We're just dashing.
Okay.
And then, yep, that's my turn.
All right.
Cause I can't. It's to do a stabilization. That's an action, right? And you need a medicine kit.
Yes.
Okay, so I can't do it. I can't do that.
Nope.
So that's my turn.
All right. Nocturna, the move is yours.
All right.
You want me to just move you? I'm gonna move you 10 out to there.
I
Um,
guess.
Do I have to move 10 out to there?
It's well, I mean, it's 5 feet technically, but it's costing you 10 movement.
Yeah, but I mean, could I take a shot from there, or do I have to move?
You can take a shot from there if you want.
Okay.
The
Because
thing
then
is, since he's prone, if you're shooting, your attack is with
Disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Yep, yeah, for sure. But I mean, that'd be the same from here or there, right?
Yeah, anywhere basically,
Yeah.
unless it's a melee attack.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I don't move and have this be my 0 move turn, so I can get my
Gotcha. Okay.
get my speed back.
All right. Give us your shot with disadvantage. 15 will miss, just barely.
All right, that'll be the turn.
All right, Kratos, the move is yours. Ian.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Let's see here. Sorry, I was talking to Caitlin. Let's see here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's prone right now.
He is, yes.
Fuck it. I can't reach him. But okay, so if I were to dash, could I lay on top of him?
No.
Not grappled. Okay, fine.
Sorry, but no.
No, yeah, I didn't think so. I'm gonna throw an axe at him.
Okay. It's gonna be with disadvantage.
That's rude.
19 will hit.
Doesn't matter. Had sex. Rawr, take 6.
All right. Anything else?
No, that'll do it.
All right, Jug, give me another death save.
Ooh.
All right, that's gonna be 1 failure.
No
Better than
bueno.
roll. It's literally better than rolling a 1.
One is 2 failures. So the suspense is terrible.
So you rolled
I
a
hope
2
for
and got 1
last.
failure.
All right, TB.
Wait a minute. I get advantage on a melee attack against because he's correct.
Yep, just got to be within melee range.
I'm going to booming blade his bitch ass.
Okay.
It only matters if he up yet. Dagger attack. Miss.
It will miss, unfortunately.
Why do I bother with the dagger? I have yet to actually hit anybody with this fucking dagger.
Well, you're a pixie with a dagger. You remember that bit from Hook where Tinkerbell like puts the little dagger right into Dustin Hoffman's nose and like wiggles it side to side? You know, it didn't even hurt.
All right. He cannot have an opportunity attack against me because he's prone, correct? Or can he?
He can, but it's disadvantage.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's it.
All right. Well, instead of moving away, I'm gonna growl into his face. This is your last chance. Surrender now.
All right, make an intimidation check.
Back at it.
But you want to be so bad.
I know.
If I was there, I'd help you.
All
I'm
right.
a feisty little pixie.
There you are.
All right. He rolls over in the snow and he puts his hands up where everyone can see him, and he says, "All right, all right. You've got me."
Don't care about you in the slightest. Give us all the shit you stole and we'll let you.
Really? You?
No. Give us all the
It's-
shit you stole, and then we'll have some talks with the mayor about leniency.
Go ahead and I would say either TB or Nocturna can go ahead and make either a persuasion or an intimidation check with advantage.
All right, Nocturne is gonna do intimidation. Ears cocked back, eyes, squinting.
I want to do a persuasion.
Glaring. You can start persuading, and then I'll interrupt with my intimidation. How about that?
Okay.
And I would still like my action if this is where we're going. So
I would like to get my axe back.
All right.
That can stay in him for now, Ian.
Okay, fine.
At this point, he throws his hands up and he says, I don't want to die here today. I'll adhere to it. Whatever punishment you think is necessary. And he kind of puts his hands out, basically signaling that he's ready to be bound, if that's your wish.
And I slap the manacles on him. Which
all right. Do you have manacles?
I do. You are letting me use absolutely everything that I put on my character sheet that I never thought I would ever use.
All right.
That is the kitty of pink.
You slap the manacles on him. Rackham, what is the action you wanted to take?
It's too late.
Okay. Jug, give me another death save.
Like, I mean,
Damn self. Oh, didn't work. That was an anticlimactic. Let me try again.
All right, that's another failure.
Never mind. Come save me.
I mean, I'll have moved to him. I can't do anything about it, but I'll at least move to him. No, I was gonna bind him with my whip to his neck, but you had the manacles, so you kind of took the wind out of my sails there for a moment. But shit, you got the item for it, so.
All right. Rackham, there's nothing you can do to help TB.
I mean, do you have to be?
Could he stabilize him?
Yeah, do you have to be proficient in medicine to stabilize, or what is it you need
Do
to
you have
do
the
to
medicine
stabilize?
skill?
I do not.
All right. I would say in most of these cases, if you have a medical kit, you
I do
can
not.
make a medicine check to try and stabilize them. Otherwise, if you don't have a medical kit, but you have the medicine skill, you can try and stabilize them that way. Does anyone have the medicine skill?
Jug
Fuck.
fucked.
Nice.
Jug's like,
Well-
I have the medicine skill, damn it.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, our other healer show for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Um,
Make
I
me one
will-
more death save.
I will pick him up and move to and like gesture to the ranger.
You mean the Asmar that's over there? She was here the whole time.
No, and I'll
Yeah,
All right.
make the ranger save him. Make the ranger save him.
Not yet. Not yet.
All right, we're at a full count. As you kind of make that suggestion, Rulin kind of throws his hands up because I am not a ranger. That was just a cover. All right. that salve I made was just leaves I pulled off a bush. All right. I'm not.
Do you have a medicine kit? And
I'm so fucked.
I'm just gonna like stare him down as I'm walking towards him with Jug.
No, I don't. I don't have a medicine kit. I'm sorry.
He dies, you die.
Jug, give me one last death save.
I'm sorry,
For all the
John.
marbles.
I'm holding my
My
dagger.
dying breath is.
Dude,
Don't
I'm
let me go
sorry.
sober.
Oh!
Oh,
All right.
Holy shit!
You stabilize. You remain unconscious, but you don't have to make death saves anymore. You are going to pull through.
I'm gonna carry him back to camp.
Ah.
All right.
Not
going
running less
to-
alone anymore, guys.
I'm going to thoroughly search this motherfucker. Why can't I think of his? I'm gonna
Ruin.
search the shit out of him.
I am rushing back towards town with our friend.
Okay. So this is kind of where we're gonna call it tonight. Seeing as it's almost midnight and there's a lot of stuff to kind of tie up here. So the rest of this, basically the conclusion from here, we will tackle in 2 weeks' time. Sound good?
Roger, Roger.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I hope I
Sounds
live.
good. You know what? No, at this point, you're okay. At this
That's what
point,
I'm
you don't.
saying.
Yeah, you've stabilized, and you're not gonna have to roll death saves anymore. We just gotta get you healed up.
18 with my nuts on the line is. Come on. That's beginner's luck right there.
Alright, so I'm strongly considering, buying a medicine kit.
It would have bummed me out only slightly if I'd have killed the new guy on the first on his first campaign.
Welcome
Like,
to
You
the
one-shotted his
bitch.
ass, too.
It wasn't the first encounter though. So
no, but
What
still.
even-
so therefore,
what even
it's fair
happened
game.
there?
He looked at you. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's what happened.
Bye, Jonah,
That's what your
see ya.
character did. That's what your character did.
He didn't want to spoil the surprise.
We get experience for the fight.
Yeah, XP. And all of the investigating shit that we did.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna kind of, the whole scene where Princess Leia puts the medals on everybody. That's when I was kind of thinking I'd award XP, but
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Fucking died.
But we
How-
want, we
how
want
did I
to
get
steal
smacked?
the XP before.
Oh, you
where
got
your
shot
sister
by a
comes.
crossbow, man.
yeah, you took a crossbow, like literally
the
right in the
face.
chest.
Mm.
You know.
Yep.
Used to be an adventurer. He took a crossbow.
Now he's a skeleton.
Arr.
All right, hang on one sec. Let me take a look here, because I've got
Sorry.
my notes.
Not to spoil your medal ceremony, but since we might get a level, it might be good for us to do levels over the week, 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a lot of
Let me see
research
here.
to figure out how this artifice.
I did a lot of running.
Let me
I
see
did.
here.
I did a lot of run. I started running.
I started running. You threw an axe?
I threw an axe. I hit.
All right. Where is it? Where is it? Where is
That
it?
must
Where
be
is it?
pretty high level. He took a bunch of.
I mean,
Okay. All right. It's gonna be 100 XP for everyone,
Yeah.
No.
Including dead
level
people?
up, right?
including dead people, man, because you're not dead. You survived it. You,
You're just unconscious right now and
you were
hurt
in
very
the fight,
badly.
and you learned a valuable lesson, and so did your character.
Like,
So that's
don't run ahead of
experience
the
in
tank.
action.
I don't think he ran ahead.
He
He was
didn't.
actually
No.
behind.
No.
The
I would
motherfucker
have
circled
left, tried to
around.
cut him off and
Yeah, he
caught a
actually-
crossbow to the
He was-
forehead.
He had the right
He was
idea.
5 feet.
Yeah.
5 feet ahead of me, which sucked because he was first in line. It's like,
The whole
no.
tactic I was using with this guy was that 1, he could move faster than you. 2, he can use his bonus action to hide, and in the dark, that's a no-brainer.
Oh, that's huge.
The idea was to just outmaneuver you and then pick you guys off from your flanks, you know.
Yeah.
And I would have gotten away with it too if I hadn't have rolled that critical miss.
Yes, sir.
User.
That prone saved us.
Never bet against a fairy when death is on the line.
So yeah, level 2, do your homework. Jug, you and I can work in 2 weeks' time. We can work on what you want to do for level 2. I can work with you on that. I can jump on a little bit early next
You
session.
can message me too, buddy. I can help you out too.
Yeah, and Ian can help you with that too. So yeah. If you have any questions, though, feel free to message me as well, or if you just want to set up a different night where you and I just meet and go through it, that's fine too. Just let me know. I've got some availability. So other than that, well played, everyone.
GG's.
GG's, guys. See you in 2 weeks.
GG's,
boys.
Jonah. We'll get you all healed up, buddy.
Yeah, we better. I can't go out like that. That was sad.
Nah, not yet, buddy. Not yet.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
All right.
All right.
See you guys.
Adios.
Good game.
All right, guys. Have a good night.